Woo! We are back. We are live. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Sit back, relax, enjoy yourself. God damn it, enjoy yourself. We're gonna get some good conversation in. Don't you worry. Don't you worry. Kick your shoes off. Relax. Let's begin. Hey, what's up, Snowman, Electrician, Mike, and Vince? Trinity, what's up? Today, we're going to have a very interesting conversation, especially when we're talking about policing. For those of you who don't know, maybe you do, there was an incident where the New York City police were affecting an arrest of a murder suspect. And a young lady thought that she could intervene and stick her nose in a police investigation. And she also believed that she could assault a police officer and nothing would happen to her. No repercussion, no recourse, no punishment, no attack back on her. But little do we know, things change very rapidly and suddenly, especially for a young lady. See, this is the equality that women fought for, right? This is the equality that so many thinks that I'm exempt from the law. I don't have to be adherent to the law. I don't have to be, I don't have to actually listen. I don't have to be obedient. What makes it really interesting on a fundamental scale, is that no one in the community ever said that she was wrong for hitting that cop. Why, oh why, should there be a difference and deference of opinion for that young lady? Hey, Lolita, how you doing? Why should there be a difference for that lady who was actually committing an act of hindrance of a police investigation? Why hasn't anyone actually said, you know what, Shorty, you wrong. Can't rock with that. Can't rock with that. Instead of actually saying, you know what, I apologize. I'm going to stay the hell out of this investigation, or afterwards, hey, it was my fault, and take ownership of it. We get someone who obviously doesn't understand being held accountable. I think it's shameful. I think it's dishonorable. And we create a mess that others have to clean. And don't worry. What's up, Mel? We're going to definitely play the video. And that's why I kind of waited for this a little bit, so more information to come out. And I'll show you, Beastly Nerd, what's up? I'll show you why the community's in a shit show. And she has no one to blame but her damn self.
the New York City Police Department releasing this body cam video amid mounting controversy. An officer accused of punching a woman in the face in Harlem last Tuesday after she appears to take a swing at him during an arrest. The body cam video cutting out shortly after the blow, but you can hear shocked onlookers shouting at the officers. Police said officers were there to arrest a man for attempted murder before the altercation happened. Earlier this week, cell phone video showed the incident where the woman can be seen falling back and hitting her head on the pavement. Tamani Crump, a hairdresser, is now charged with assaulting an officer, resisting arrest, and obstruction. Her mother speaking to NBC New York outside of the police precinct.
I get like blown away to see this happen to my daughter. You know, it's so painful for a mother to see that.
WNBC reporting the NYPD says at least 3 people who allegedly tried to interfere were also arrested. The girl's grandmother also speaking out, disturbed by what happened.
He shouldn't have never put his hands on her or any female. He's wrong.
The NYPD says it has launched an investigation into the August 30th incident. A police union and New York City's mayor defending the officer's conduct.
The young lady came, smacked the police officer. The police officer responded. I think those officers on the scene showed great restraint. They did what the system called for. They didn't turn off their body cameras. That's why we have footage of what happened.
And the Detectives in Down Association President Paul D. Giacomo saying, quote, when you assault a New York City detective in order to interfere with an arrest of a man armed with a gun, there are repercussions. NBC New York reporting there have been 6 complaints over the last 10 years against Officer Kendall Kinsey, according to the Civilian Complaint Review Board. Some of them for use of force violations, but none were substantiated. Crumb's mother has hired an attorney.
This has to stop, and we are seeking full accountability in this action.
The community reacting, gathering outside Kinsey's precinct.
Look at all the
demanding he
simps.
lose his job. Ron Allen, NBC News, New York.
Thanks for watching our YouTube channel. Follow today's top stories and breaking news by downloading the NBC News app.
Look at all the simps. All the goddamn simps, man. Look at all the goddamn simps. And first and foremost, how can I say this? You got this chick here coming into a police investigation, not minding her own damn P's and Q's and her business. She wants to go up against a guy 2 to 3 times her size and hit him and push him. And then when the officer pushed her away from him, she hit him again. So he slugged her. And I know you're probably wondering, what does Officer Faulkner think? What's on his mind? Is that officer right or wrong? I'm going to tell you. The only thing the officer didn't do correctly was hit her harder. And the reason why I'm saying that is she's the type of idiot who'll do it again. And she's going to be surrounded by a bunch of people who, number one, are going to incentivize her stupid behavior. You got those cornball-ass ambulance chasing people who want to defend her and say he needs to be held accountable. And then you got the old grandma. You can never put your hands on a female, but I'm pretty sure grandma put her hands on a lot of men. I hate it when they think you can go up there and hit a man and that man should be protected from you. But it's okay to go to the officer and jump up in his face and hit him while he's trying to subdue a murder suspect. A freaking murder suspect. This is who you're defending. A murder suspect. How low has the mighty fallen? Yeah, she's an attractive girl, but she should know better. And something tells me she's been known to do this, not only to police, but other men before, and no action was taken. She put herself in a very potentially dangerous situation. Shout out to Oliver Gray. Woo! She put herself, the community, the officers in danger. What if this guy was armed and she's right there? And y'all mad because the officer hit a woman? Really? This is what you're mad about? Really? You're mad because this fool was knocked to the ground by a man. And grandma, who looked like she, oh God, looked like she fell upon hard times, needs to really shut the hell up. And this is the reason why your community incentivizes terrible behavior. For some odd reason, right? We're supposed to feel sorry for someone who makes a stupid decision and choice and don't make her live with it. What the hell is wrong with you? What the hell? I want to play another video. Give me 1 second. Let's share this one. Give here.
Woman's family, her attorney, and community leaders are all very vocal on this. They're questioning the actions of that officer. They're saying that he's about 3 times the size of the woman. He's a trained professional with at least 15 years on the job. So regardless of what she was seen doing in the video, they say the officer was wrong. Outrage over an NYPD officer striking a 19-year-old woman. The video has gone viral. Police say Detective Kendall Kinsey and his partners were spit on while they were trying to arrest 22-year-old Elvin James, wanted for attempted murder. James also allegedly had a loaded ghost gun and illegal drugs in his possession when police approached him. While officers were struggling to get James into custody, police say the entire time several people were interfering, trying to stop them. At one point, you see 19-year-old Tamani Crum run into the chaos. It appears she gets into an altercation with Detective Kinsey, then seen knocking her to the ground with a single hit. The NYPD is looking at this video as well as body camera footage. For now, the department believes the detective was justified in his actions. But Crum's family is devastated by what happened. Her mother filled with tears, her grandmother questioning where was the training here.
He pushed the she-movement's hand. He did not hit him. He could not hurt out. He's no better than the people who's knocking people out in the street and leaving them for dead.
Some community leaders are also questioning Detective Kinsey's actions, saying they want him held accountable for the use of force.
Stand here today, calling out the violent actions of this officer, calling for a full investigation of this officer, calling for disciplinary actions to be taken against this officer.
Aisha Sekou, founder of Street Corner Resources, has spent years working to build up the relationship between officers and the community. To her, watching the video was hard, not only because of the detective's actions, but she says it's the message it sends. We asked her, what could the officer have done better?
I would like to see him act out of police policy. There's nothing in the police handbook or guide that says to slap a woman down or punch her down.
Meantime, the union representing detectives has a different take on what played out. In a statement, the president for the Detectives Endowment Association said criminals in New York have grown accustomed to there being no consequences for their dangerous illegal actions. But when you assault a New York City detective in order to interfere with an arrest of a man armed with a gun, there are repercussions. The family is also questioning the detective's background. He has at least 3 CCRB complaints against him. That is also a part of this investigation. They say they want to see him at least suspended. The NYPD, of course, is taking a closer look at all of this. For now, we're live in Harlem. Nicole Johnson, Pix 11 News. All right.
Honestly, the officer did nothing wrong. So I'm welcome to have people who disagree with my statement to come up and challenge that statement. There should have been a repercussion of you coming up there, and yes, you can use force when force is about to be used, has been used, or being used against you, especially when you're defensive of someone else or yourself. His force was reasonable. So what? She got knocked to the ground. That's exactly what the fuck should happen. That's exactly what happened. What should happen. And I'm daring anyone out there to disagree. I'm daring anyone who wants to disagree. I'll put the link in early. Raise your hand if you got a statement that's disagreeing with mine. Please put a hand, put a signal. Who wants to come up and disagree? And I'll put the link in early. That 19-year-old girl got what the fuck she deserved. Regardless of how you feel, it is what it is. And notice, all these people keep saying there's no policy on slapping a woman down. See, they don't have male or female. when it comes to force. Force should be used. That's relative. If you hit me, I hit you. If you hit me with an open or closed hand, I hit you with an open or closed hand. And don't give me that, oh, she's a child because she's 19. The fuck out of here. I'm daring one of these little simps or one of these ratchets to come up here and challenge me on it. And by the way, I forgot while I was watching the video. Shout out to Lionel Player One. Charles, this is NYC. Everyone wants to antagonize the police because they want to be able to sue the city for a quick buck without paying. That's been the case for years. That's been the case for years. You can go to the military when you're 17 and a junior. You're right, beastly nerd. But wait, I thought gender was a social construct. See, gender only matters when it benefits someone else. See, gender when it matters when it's only one-sided. That's when gender matters. But that's not right. Why isn't it right? Tell me why isn't it right? I'm really looking for the detractors. See, this is a long lesson that grandma should have taught her granddaughter. Why didn't you teach your granddaughter that it's not good to put your hands on grown men, especially grown men who happen to be the police? It's not about pissing you off, because guess what, Namer? Well, you're an officer, you're a professional. Your peace cannot be disturbed. The problem is this. They have no fear of men. They have no respect for authority. Yes, she should have had the shit knocked out of her. Because I know I'm going to get some lame brain in my comment section when this live stream is over. And I'm calling out you cowards because I don't see you when I'm live. I'm going to put this right here. Nobody come up yet unless you're a detractor. Only detractors right now. Because let's look at use of force, right? Let's look at use of force. Because the use of force has to be equal or one step greater to what's being used. Okay? And I'm going to play a video explaining what it is.
lecture, we're going to be talking about the use of force continuum. It's a guideline that both civilians and police officers go by in terms of using force in a situation.
Give me a second.
So defining the continuum, the use of force continuum is a standard that provides law enforcement officials in particular with guidelines as to how much force may be used against the subject in a situation. It is primarily used as a training tool for law enforcement officers.
It consists of 5 or 6 levels depending on who builds the chart. So looking at this chart from the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center, this is a use of force model. There's 2 different sides. There's one for the subject and one for the officer, or the victim in this case. As the situation escalates, the level of force is increased. So for a police officer, when dealing with a subject, they first go with verbal communication. If the other person is compliant, then everything's fine. If the individual begins to show passive resistance, which means like if an officer is trying to handcuff the person and they shake about or turn their wrists or whatever, then that's considered passive resistance, and the officer can use contact controls or arm holds and everything else to restrain the person. If it goes up to active resistance, where the person is trying to push the officer away or show some type of, like a little bit of irritation or whatnot, then the officer responds with either their OC, spray, or hand-to-hand moves, or their taser. Now from there it goes up to assaultive, which can result in physical injury. In that case, the officer can respond with strong physical strikes. They can upgrade the level of force up to an expandable baton, because that's considered a less lethal option. And then up from there, if the confrontation can lead to serious physical injury or death, like if the person pulls out a knife or a firearm, then it goes to deadly force, which an officer can pull out his firearm as well and take the subject down. Now all of this is based on individual officer perception. A better way of looking at it is with this chart. So we start off with presence, then we go to verbal commands, then open hand tactics such as escort holds, handcuffs, and so on. Then you can move on to your OC spray, then closed hand tactics, then your taser device, then you can move up to the expandable baton, and then finally your firearm with deadly force. Now for civilians in particular, this is how I have the use of force continuum laid out. For level 1, we've got presence. That means being situationally aware of your surroundings and everything that's going on around you, having verbal communication with your attacker, telling them to stop, to leave you alone. Then, of course, using personal alarms to create noise or distraction, yelling for help, and so on. For level 2, we move on to martial arts. If the person is trying to grab you or subdue you, then you can use kicks, throws, and empty-handed techniques. That's assuming if you know how to do martial arts or any form of close combat. If you don't know how to do that, then it automatically goes from level 1 to level 3. You're able to use less lethal force or non-lethal force, such as your pepper spray, your stun gun, your taser, and if things get really bad, you can use your expandable baton as well. And then finally, if the person pulls out a knife or a gun or a crowbar or just any kind of weapon that can cause serious bodily harm or death, then you can pull out your firearm as well. Now, I'm not a lawyer, I can't give you legal advice, but these are just suggestions. The use of force continuum, like I said, is a guideline for how to react to a situation, and the courts will be relying on this information, on your testimony, in order to prosecute or find who's really at fault. So like I said in the previous lecture, you can't use excessive force on someone, even if you are the victim. You can't pull out a firearm on somebody that's unarmed. You just can't do it. And you also have to look at it a lot differently than law enforcement, because law enforcement uses force in order to make a person comply or to subdue that individual. Your purpose is to stop your threat so you can run away and get to safety. That's all that you should be concerned with. If you stop the threat, there's no point in continuing to use your spray on that person or hit them with a baton, or especially shoot them with your gun again. It's just, there's no point. It's just going to land you in a lot of hot water legally later on. So just got to keep that in mind when it comes to use of force. And please don't think that you can just pull out your firearm on somebody and say that you feared for your life, or you saw the attacker try to grab something or pull something out, because it's just not going to work. You're not a police officer. You don't have the protection of a police union to back you. You're just a private citizen. And unless you have a lot of money and a very good lawyer, I would not go all out. I would go by this use of force continuum and try to be very careful in how I react to a threat. Just because it worked out for George Zimmerman doesn't mean it's going to work out for you. In the next lecture, we'll start talking about personal alarms and how to use them for self-defense.
I don't know why they made the comment for George Zimmerman. I think that was a little much. So, right there you can see an example of the force continuum. A lot of people just don't like to hear, oh my God, he hit her. Yes, that's what he's supposed to do. He's authorized to do such. Get over it. Get over it. He was supposed to do, let the chick beat him up. Let the chick get away with it, interfere when you're dealing with somebody who's basically interfering with one hindrance of the police investigation. Then she goes straight up into assaulting an officer. Where'd I do that? Where'd I do that? And I find it funny. Everybody and their mama has a mean old issue. Mean old issue. And it's very disturbing how the community is looking for these quick bucks. We want answers. No, you don't. And I'm gonna talk about this, okay? I'm gonna talk about how they try to say, oh, he had complaints before of use of force. I can use all the justified force and use it properly. Guess what people are still going to do? Make a complaint. They're going to still make a complaint. You know why? Because they don't like to be told no. People don't like to be told you're wrong. No one ever told this chick, you're wrong. Get the hell out of that situation. It has nothing to do with you. Not a damn thing has to do with you. But here it is. I got to stick my nose in somebody else's business. I gotta go bully someone. I gotta go tell them how I feel, even though it does not concern me. I want you to really think about that. This entire time, none of this shit had to happen. It was very preventable. We don't hold women accountable in our community. They can do literally no wrong. And I'm a bad guy for mentioning this shit. I'm an extreme bad guy for mentioning this. Just because it's the police doesn't give you any right to interfere. It doesn't give you any right to be disorderly. If you're mad about what's going on, why don't you call for a supervisor? Are you going to take matters into your own hands? Why are you going to walk over there out of your way to go push and hit that officer? What did you really think that you were going to accomplish? What did you think was going to happen? And see, every time I get this statement that where are the good guys at? You wouldn't know a good guy if it bit you on the ass. You wouldn't know a good guy if it bit you on the ass. Because that's not the kind of guys you look for. You champion and try to, oh, let's go help the murderer. This is the reason why a lot of these guys are getting passports. Because you chose what you wanted. You'll go defend anybody who's on some fuck shit. Which is disturbing. You're 19 and you're defending a guy wanted for attempted murder? What do you need to go over to a bunch of damn officers for? What I'm waiting for one motherfucker to detract. Because I know there's one hiding in the bushes. I know there's one hiding saying, oh, Officer Faulkner, that's fucked up. We need to protect black women. I'm waiting for one of y'all motherfuckers. Somebody go get a Mary. Somebody go get him. Explain this bullshit. Explain this bullshit, please. We will never condone who's destroying the place. We will never condone the type of idiocy that goes on. But guess what? That idiot is going to be somebody's mother today. And do you think she's going to raise her children, be if it's a boy, girl, or both, or multiple children, properly? Properly? I'm waiting to see somebody justify this dumb shit. I'm damn sure waiting. Please, let me know. See, when you ask for motherfuckers to come, they don't come. When you want people to take accountability of what's going on, nobody has a damn thing to say. But I'm going to see these idiots in the comments. You're going to see videos on YouTube. Oh, it's this police officer. He's condoning on beating up on black women. He's condoning black men putting their hand. No. Context is everything, you lying bitch. Context is every damn thing. If you rolling up on the police and you hit them, they got all the reason to knock your ass out. The Knights Palace said it was bound to happen. If this was going to happen, so many unchecked females for the past decades, oh man, we're in for a long one. No, we're not. It's going to be just some freshly whooped asses out there. Grandma obviously was a ratchet. Notice, you don't see any fathers. You don't see any grandfathers. You don't even see any uncles. You see a bunch of women whining and crying with nonsense. Not chastising this lady properly. Whatever happened to Black Fist Matter? Whatever happened? Alien Queen, huh? What's up, JLJ? It's funny, right? Black women need protection, but it seemed like black women want to start fight. She wasn't worried about being protected. She thought she could do some damage. And then what happens? You meet a motherfucker who's actually going to take you as the threat that you were being. A bunch of ratchet ass women, and then you got a bunch of shyster ass ambulance chasing lawyers. We need justice. We need justice. We need some justice. We need answers. He need to be suspended, fired, terminated. Why? Because your child didn't know what the fuck to do? Your child couldn't behave themselves properly? Why should that man's job be taken when he was in the right? Why can you never ever blame the Shrag? Why isn't the Strag ever held accountable? Nobody ever says, you know what? She shouldn't have put her ass to that in the first place. You'll never hear that. You'll never hear, well, she should have been protected. We were the black men. Oh, so the black man could die for her stupidity? What is it, man? I don't give a fuck about black men. You just want us to be cannon fodder. We're just human bulletproof vests for you. I'm going to say it again. The first rule of protection is obedience. And I'm going to ask all the detractors, was that lady being obedient to the law? Was that lady being dainty? No, she said, I can breezily hit a grown-ass man 3 times my size, and he's going to crumble over the power of my fist. I want him to know that I'm serious. Let alone being a police officer. Let alone he has certain authority under the law. Let alone that she could be arrested or worse. Let alone she's trying to interfere in a fucking arrest and investigation of a guy who's wanted for attempted murder. I don't want to hear nothing about chicks not being protected, especially if you're not going to say shit about them listening. I don't want to hear that shit anymore. If you ain't going to chastise the chick, don't say shit to me. Because you'll say that shit to black men all the time. Well, you shouldn't have been out there in the streets. I'm like, what? What? The first goddamn thing you'll say to a black man, he should have been out there running the streets. But the chick, she needs to be protected even though she's the accomplice to her own destruction. Nobody wants to say shit correctly. going to get a detractor. Come on, divestors. Give me 1 second, folks. I'm back, folks. This is one of the saddest displays of not actually paying attention to your surroundings and minding your own damn business. Think about this. All this could have been prevented if you just paid attention, mind your business. But guess what we're going to have? We're going to have black people who make excuses for fuckery. It's really disturbing. And see, you roll up with the police, and the police do what the police does, and you're upset. You should be thanking the officers that they didn't take a nightstick and start swinging. But no. These same people are going to be the same people that if she gets into it with her boyfriend, guess who she's going to call? The motherfucking police. Can't make it up. Can't make it up. Can't take it seriously. Can't make it up. It's sad. These are the same people, when they think they want to put a black man back in his place, are the same people who said, oh, when that same officer uses that authority against me, he's wrong. I'm waiting for the detractors. I'm waiting. It's going to be beautiful, man. It's going to be wonderful. Yep. Put the link in. If anybody wants to come up. Still looking for detractors, though. I want y'all to justify this shit. Don't give me that whole he's a professional shit. Yes, that's what a professional does. That's the professional part about being a police officer. Yes, I'm trained to defend myself and others. And by the way, this is not Konoha, and you don't have the ninja village, you know. Police officers are not ninjas. Sorry. You want us to deal with an unruly person with kid gloves? You do it. I've always wondered how these people who get up here and say, well, The police should have done this better. You never see them when I tell them, why don't you put on a uniform and try it? Why don't you do it? You'll hear all this bullshit and this rhetoric. You'll hear someone always opening up their mouth. Well, the police should have been nice to her. While she was acting a damn fool assaulting police officers. Notice, they don't go to the aid of the college student, a hardworking man. They go to the aid of the criminal. They go right to the aid of the criminal. What's up, Snowman?
I just wonder why they go to the aid of a criminal and not the hardworking man who's busting his ass every day to make a living and provide for his family and loved ones. And yes, I purposely said his.
Yeah. What makes it ridiculous is that she put herself in a situation that could have potentially been dangerous. And
that could have potentially been fatal.
Yes. And she didn't have any wherewithal nor care in the world
not a one.
You know, I should not be here. And I'm really thinking about it. Like, what do you think you were gonna accomplish? You literally threw your life away.
Mm-hmm.
You could have.
And she's not going to think. She's not going to think of it that way. At all. Not even going to think of it that way. That she threw her life away for throwing herself in the middle of something she had no business being in the middle of.
But yet, I'm going to get somebody in my comment section when this live stream is over. Well, you condoning the beating and abuse of women. No. I'm condoning an idiot being dealt with correctly.
What he's condoning is idiocy. What he's condoning is stupidity.
And then they're going to talk about, well, he has complaints. Yeah, you know what? You know how the police world works? When you're doing your job and you have no complaints, that means you weren't working.
Mm-hmm.
When you're arresting people and you have to use force, which a lot of times, which more than most, you probably do.
Yep.
People are going to complain and say, this person hurt me. But they won't tell what they did.
It's a situation of damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Yeah.
It's a simple situation of damned if you do and damned if you don't. Because if you're not arresting people and you have a stellar record, you get complaints. And if you're arresting people using the amount of force necessary according to the situation, you're going to get complaints. So it's like, fuck, now what?
So what do you want me to do?
Well, it is a thankless job. It is a thankless job for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, my question is about the officer. How big was he, you think he was? He looked like he must have been at least 300 pounds.
I don't know. Neither do I care. But it doesn't matter. That officer, well, if he was 300 pounds or 250, it doesn't negate the fact that she was doing hindrance of a police investigation, then committed assault on police.
and yet a lot of
Walk
people
around
won't look at it
got
that.
some TP in the
And,
process.
and a lot of people who think they know the law won't look at it that way at all.
Nope.
They will not look. They will not look at it that way. The way they look at it, woman, man, damn the office, damn the officer title, damn the uniform.
Damn my safety.
Exactly. Exactly.
Snowman.
Yo.
Can you use a Screaming A Smith sound clip for us, if possible? The one where he's going no, no, no constantly.
I'm not in my studio right now, but I will.
Okay.
I'm actually waiting on my son.
Let me do it. Well, let me do it on your behalf then. Basically, as far as they're concerned, what the officer did, they're like, no, 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 no. Hang on, gotta get a table. No, 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 no.
That's basically what it is. That's basically what it is. Let me step away. My son's here. I'll step back in a little bit.
All right.
Hi, Cody. Shit. You think that woman's gonna get charged with assault on an officer?
Yes, she's already charged.
Good.
She's already
so
charged.
They probably got a hand, but wait, she's been hospitalized by the way, because the way she hit the floor, hit the ground,
They're gonna take her to the hospital. She's still gonna be arrested.
No, I know that for sure, but I'm just saying, was she hospitalized as well?
It's just part of the procedure. It's part of the game.
Okay.
And who's gonna see a medic or a doctor? And
ambulance chases, like you said.
And
there's gonna be.
It's actually sad because you get a lot of these people who somehow think that they know more.
Should we be surprised? Should we be surprised? I mean, I can think of places where we're taught not to fuck with the law because, well, like I say, sometimes they'll just like there's times where you don't want to get on the cop's bad side. Of course, I know in certain places they would handle it differently because they have different protocols and whatnot, and such individual would not have been allowed to act like that. Somebody would have told us like, don't get physical. Somebody would have pulled their ways that don't get physical with them. You just gonna set yourself up there.
There was no, the community failed her. That's what it was. When you want to talk about protection, when it comes to black women, sometimes it's protecting them from their own self-interest. Joined here by Edward Anderson. What's up, Ed? Hey, say that again.
No, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
All right, yeah, I was just trying to get this shit under control. 1 second. So, as far as this topic,
Go ahead.
Can y'all hear me now?
Yeah. Go ahead. I don't know if you just cut off or it's mic issues.
My bad. No, I'll speak it out. Yeah, what's up, everybody?
What up?
No, I mean, I saw you talk about the chick that got rocked. She, boy, I tell you, man,
she got that.
I wouldn't profess to say I'm a strong dude. I'm not, I'm man enough to say that, right? And, I need to be getting in the gym and lifting weights. And I'm not as strong, right? But I remember when this happened a while ago, when a chick tried to, I don't know what was going on, but she tried to put her hands on me, and I basically grabbed her arm, like her wrist. I caught her, and you know, we talk a lot of shit in this space, and I'm sure you can kind of really understand this, Charles. But a lot of dudes, especially dudes that don't ever put their hands on women, as much shit as these females be talking, you really get when you really have their arms and shit, and you be like, it almost catches you off guard how fucking frail they are.
Yeah.
And I'm not even I ain't nowhere near Charles. I ain't even gonna front on that bullshit. And I was like, yo, if I fucking like really jerk her arm, I might take this motherfucker off. And then we're not even talking about adrenaline. And I actually let go like really quick because I was like, oh man, like, and that's me saying that. So I already know that. So when he hit her, he didn't even bop her full force. He really just bopped her, and she just fell back like that. Yo, where we are in this
force, I think he would have killed her.
Huh? You said if you went full force, he would have killed her?
A lot of people don't understand that. A man has anywhere from 2 to 3 times the muscle density and bone density of a female.
And I don't even be looking concocted. She hit the back of her head that hard. Fortunately, her weed stayed cushioned the blow.
And you taking a blow like that, falling back to your head, you coming up there trying to challenge the man, knowing that he's 2 to 3 times your size. You have no fear of men, which is what your grandmother should have told you. It's no man looking like an older version of Esther Rose. Damn.
Yeah, because Charles, he looked like he had kind of the size that you have, like in that range. And a lot of these, and it's like when women hear shit like tall, short, shit like that, it's like again, it goes back to the bone density and muscle density. It's like, really be getting in your head, and it's like, yo, like, are you serious? It's like what we always say. It's the low level threat of violence, and the thing about it is, these chicks is really on some mental shit. Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you. So last thing I'm gonna say is, you can always tell with the cops how confident they are in the situation about how fast, or if they ever release the tape. They released that tape fast, which means they were confident in what he did.
He's not getting charged. He's not. He should.
They're confident in what he did. Yeah, I mean, well, not necessarily, but she's alive, so he's gonna get charged.
He's justified, trust me, because she shouldn't have put his hands on him and came over there while they try to arrest the fucking murder suspect.
Yeah, and the thing about it's just, I don't understand with y'all. Even when that dude, it was one trying to case for that chick. Remember that situation just came out when he was getting arrested. That dude knew not to touch his ass. In fact, he was really checking the dude for getting too close in the personal space.
Yeah.
And it's like, motherfuckers really think that, if we make the cops look bad and then they're black, cops did, this ain't the fucking NFL and NFL where you just got to make them look bad and something's going to be done. That's not how that works. It's not.
No.
But
I think that one, the community failed her. 2, her mother, her grandmother, there were no men, and this is what killed you. This is the reason why your community's at a shit show. There's no discipline. There's no men.
No. I would like to point out this real quick while they're trying to complain about her. Now, this is what they're not looking at. Let's say she just happens to get the lucky punch and drops and knocks his shit. If he would have fell back and nobody would have caught him and hit his head and potentially died, then what they would have said.
Exactly.
Murder.
I mean, think about that. I'm gonna give you a few scenarios, right?
Having blades and shit.
Let's say if a chick goes around and touches your knockout button, you're not knocked out, but you're dazed. At that moment, can I pull my weapon?
Yep.
Why?
Because you feel
You don't know
you're
who
under
to.
threat. You're a threat. You feel like your life's in danger immediately.
If
Because
I'm
that's your instinctual
dazed,
drive to
if I'm
self-preservation.
dazed, can a person take my weapon from me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why.
Because
Well,
immediately you're going to
another
assume
thing.
they're going to go for the gun.
I'm gonna tell you another thing people don't look
Well,
at.
let me tell you, Charles, and then I'm gonna hop off. Like the thing is, we know that like again, there's I know common sense isn't common, but there's common sense citizenry. This is what I say. We know the difference between motherfuckers that are putting themselves in situations so they can try to say I was in fear for my life and shit. People are adults, you know, reasonably intelligent people can know the difference between okay, this needs to at least be looked at for. We'll say that. And the judge needs to look at that. You know what I'm saying? Versus somebody where it's like, okay, y'all just think you're gonna do what you want to do, and then you think that you just gonna again court of public opinion is gonna make people look bad, so the politician's gonna get involved in order to. No, that's not how that works. And that's anyway. I'll leave it at that. But yeah,
All right.
I'm gonna just tell you, there's so many scenarios where that shit could have been really fucked up, and you put yourself in dangerous situations expecting people to save you. Nobody even checks her on that. Nobody says you wrong for hitting that man. I know my mother and father would have said the shit. But this is what
Yep.
happens when you got a whole community full of fucking stragglicious.
Yeah, I was like the grandma. I was like, he should be X, Y. I said, you're interfering with a police investigation. She's in really more trouble than she actually realized if they really wanted to press charge. I said, well, we can hit her with some interfering with a police investigation
I mean,
charges. I'm like,
she's going to be charged with hindrance. She's going to be
yep.
charged with assault with police. She's going to be charged with assault. She's going to be charged with disorderly conduct and many other things. I don't blame the officer for what he did. You put yourself in that predicament. Be a big girl and take it on the chin. Oh, too late.
Well, like I said in the chat, but wait, I thought gender was a social construct. What the fuck happened? What happened?
Oh man, we can't use the gender. Well, he's a man. What is he putting his hands on a woman for if he's a man?
Well, men and women are equal, so what the fuck is the
double
problem?
standards, man. It's called double standards.
I thought we're equal. Well, but that's a man. Okay. You're the ones who said men and women are equal.
Yep.
I remember seeing this one clip a while back. It was at a high school. You had this one girl who was openly lesbian, for instance, at a high school. She's white, and she starts picking on this boy her age, a little bit older. Now the boy has special needs, and everybody's just videotaping her, just laughing, watching her, just taking shots at him. But he's trying to block the shots. Like, he doesn't want to hit her, and he doesn't want to be hit. And everybody's just laughing. But then at some point, he balls his fist. One clean shot, he's on the floor. She's on the floor. And as soon as he knocked her out, everybody's like, "Oh, she's a girl! She's a girl!" But the boy's special needs.
Yeah.
She was picking a fight with a retarded boy. She picked on him because she thought he wasn't going to fight back.
She picked on him.
Despite the fact he was bigger. He was a big boy too.
And they don't know how to use their strength, so that was a full power punch.
He was doing what came natural to him. Defend himself.
Well, she got what she wanted. She thought he was a target. She thought that he was going to be something that she could defeat.
Because he was disabled. Because he's special needs.
But that tells you how disgusting people are.
They're picking on.
Some disgusting bully shit, that's all.
We started teenage shit. This was in a white school.
I'm saying they need to start.
It was on the school campus. It was on the school campus. That's what's worse about it. On school grounds, you had this teenage girl taking on a fight with a schoolmate who was special needs.
Wow.
And he defended himself. We got the island girl here. Welcome back.
Hey, what's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Everybody
good.
How you been? How you been, dog?
I've been good. Just on the topic.
YouTube's favorite island girl.
Y'all so cute.
YouTube's favorite Jamaican.
Funny thing about this story. Well, not even funny thing, but nobody does support her. Nobody on the ground. The public, the media is gonna spin, but everybody that's like normal don't support her. Like I mean, what you expect? You can't come after, like, this is why I can't be a police officer, because I'm sorry. I told everybody, anytime nobody coming at me, I don't care. Boom, 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 boom. So I can't be a police officer. So I with all these brutality cases and stuff, like when it's like if the person is just willingly go after the person, no reason, the person is doing what they're supposed to do, and the officer go crazy, fine. But if somebody's coming at you, what you supposed to do? I mean, I'm sorry, I don't blame her for knocking her down. I don't.
Well, those people a lot of times who make that argument, they've never really been in a real hostile situation where their life is on that line. So they're talking from a place of ignorance and not knowing that, hey, in a situation where your life is on the line, you just might pull your gun out and bust one too. Especially if the situation is being taken to that level, they don't understand about the use of force continuum. Like, I'm in private security and I'm armed, so it's like I know about that shit. Everybody I got family members worried about me unloading on somebody. I said, bro, I'll probably kick somebody's ass before I unload on them unless the situation calls for it. So if I ever have to use my weapon, I've explained, just understand I had to use it in that moment. I'm not going to draw it for no damn reason. That's what people don't understand.
I can't be a police officer because I know I'm irrational. Because like I have like a fear of somebody coming at me, I'm just gonna react. So I definitely can't be a police officer. So
Karine, I have a question, my dear.
Yeah,
I have a question for you.
That you said that I actually played the first continue for the people who didn't understand what it is.
Sorry. My question to Karine is this. Karine, if you can hear me, regarding the 19-year-old, do you see a little bit of yourself in her? Because you talked about what you were like at that age.
No, I wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have done that.
All
Listen,
right. But you have a daughter, and you need to reach it, and you have to tell her. This is how not to be an adult.
Listen,
correct?
I come from a very strict Caribbean upbringing. Okay, so meaning my father was very strict. Like we were, even though I, raised up in Brooklyn, we weren't out on the street hanging out. My father wasn't having that. We used to go. I couldn't go to the store by myself. I had to go with brothers and sisters. Like I wasn't allowed to do certain things until like 18, 19 years old. So I would never have done that. I would have never reacted like that. I would be afraid if a man like that was coming at me. I would be afraid. That's what I'm saying. I'm irrational when it comes to like people coming towards me and stuff. So I can't, I know I couldn't be a police officer. I just, you have to know yourself. And some of these people, I I would never behave like that. Even at 19, 16, 17, I would never behave like that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's a good statement right there because it's true. If you're not built for that type of stuff, I would never suggest people to go in it. Mm-mm. And so what that chick did, she had no respect for authority, no respect for men, no respect for herself.
But why would they, Charles? They
See,
got, they got Captain Marvel and fucking She-Hulk and Wonder Woman as their idols and shit like that.
and
No, they
and
don't. No, they don't. They don't. They don't. They don't really. They're not really comics fans. They're not. These people who you see online or whatever, they're just new to
Yeah,
this. They're not real fans. Because if they were
yeah, I
real
know.
fans, they would know how to, what the real stories are. So
Yeah,
don't believe the hype. That's just BS by Marvel and DC Comics to
What-
try to be faux. I think faux inclusive because they just trying to jump on the bandwagon and promote their wokeism bullshit. Though they ain't real.
yeah, I know, but dude, they know that shit because I actually know some chicks that be on that type of bullshit. I'm like, you do know that's a fictitious character, right? And you gonna mess around and get your ass severely hurt, or you gonna get some of the dudes you would killed because you walking around thinking that you tougher than you actually are. I actually know a girl whose brother was killed by one of her ex-boyfriends. And once I found out the whole story, I said, "Oh, you got your brother killed because you wouldn't leave a relationship where a dude was kicking your ass, and knowing that your brother was a street dude and the dude you was dealing with is a street dude." I'm like, yeah, that shit was gonna go left."
They they do that. Like I have, my brothers are. I have 4 brothers, so you have like a what is it? You have like a protective thing around you. So some females use that as when you have a lot of brothers, you know how that is. Well, if you have, do
Yeah.
you have sisters? You have
No, I
anyone?
got female siblings, and it's a lot of men in my family.
Oh,
So the few women, you kind of get protected in this
yeah, you
family.
don't. Yeah, nobody can mess with us because your brother. Like when you have real like people who will go to bat for you, you kind of have like a cocoon where you feel like you do whatever you want to do, say whatever you want to say, because you have your family to protect you, which is good,
Hmm.
but it's bad because you use that as like a kamasaki. That's what they call it, Charles.
Kamikaze?
Kamasaki, kamikaze. Yes, kamikaze like thing where you send
Kamikaze,
these.
that's like suicide shit.
Yeah, so you send these
Yes.
guys
Blind
out
win.
on that. Yes, to basically
Kamikaze
sacrifice
or
themselves for
suicide
you.
mission.
Yeah,
Hmm.
you sending them out to get in problems. They end up getting arrested, getting killed based on your behalf. So that's a
Yeah.
kamazaki, right? That's what they're doing, right?
Kamikaze.
Kamikaze, but yeah.
Kamikaze, sorry.
Kawasaki
Yeah.
is a motorcycle.
Oh,
Wait,
yeah.
hold on a second.
No, that's a
Doreen, are you into
Kawasaki.
motorcycles?
That's a
I'm
Are
not
you into
Kawasaki.
motorcycles? Is that it?
No, I'm not. I just
Because
said
you
it
said
wrong.
you
I
said
don't know how to pronounce
Kawasaki. I was
it.
like, what the hell is he saying?
I'm sorry. I don't know how to pronounce it. I apologize.
I
That's
don't blame you, but at least we learned to have fun with it. And to piggyback what you said earlier, about you feel protected, but yeah, but like where I'm from, you have that protection, but that means you have to obey what they say. You don't go in and get involved in altercations. Otherwise, you have to answer to the elders in your family because they're going to realize what happened, who started, where were you? Because anytime you do something happens to you, they always ask you, where were you? Where this happened, what were you doing?
Oh shit, man! I remember, even though I was born in the '90s, I was born in '91. I still caught the tail end of the era of the expression "queens didn't swing." You didn't, and anytime you saw a bunch of women, because I have a habit of saying, "Okay, where the dudes at?" Anytime I see some chicks fighting, because I'm used to the elders telling the young boys, "Hey, break that shit up. Go get your wife, take her to that corner. You grab your wife, take her to that corner." The elders would break that shit up and tell the young boys to break it up. And so I'm used to that. That's why anytime I see some chicks going off, I say, "Okay, where your man at? Where your damn husband at? He not around to calm your ass down?"
Unfortunately, New York toughens females. I'm sorry to say it, but New York have this toughening that it does to To everybody, male and female. This New York thing, I don't know what it is. I can't explain it. I don't have the
What's the
words,
city?
It's a
but
cold city. It's a
It's a
cold
city.
city. It's a
yeah,
hard
it
city.
is. It's a
And you
very
got to be
hard.
hard.
Yeah, it's very hardening on females, and I feel like
And
we need to get out of here because, yeah,
well, I
it's
think
not
that's
a
with
good.
any major city. Because I live in Houston, and you have certain elements of it's a city, so you have certain elements of that here in Houston where motherfuckers will try to get tough with you when it's not necessary. But unfortunately, this is a concealed carry, constitutional carry state, so that shit gets relaxed real quick.
Mm.
I think they ban people from carrying guns in New York now. Certain places they're gonna ban you from carrying guns, and you
Oh man,
can't.
the Supreme Court trying to overturn a lot of that shit.
Yeah, and they
They
trying to ban you if you have like a back. Like I was telling my brother, I was like, if you have like a say you're Christian conservative, they're gonna
yeah.
brand you as right wing because you're a Christian. You know, because they don't want you to have. They said you're gonna be a MAGA supporter because you believe
Oh.
in Christian values, which is most people like most black people are Christian. And they have like conservative views. Most black people. I
Oh.
mean yeah, and they're gonna brand us as like a right wing when we just believe
Well,
in basics.
and well, even if people don't understand the history, I said most of the conservative parties, especially in the South, I know here in Texas, was founded by free slaves. Most of the conservative parties that were started in the South. So that's why I don't understand that logic. It's like, dude, most of you have kind of conservative leaning views, anyways. Most of us do value family. Some of us do value the church if you are whether you're a Christian or you're a Catholic. Most of us, even some of the even in the Islam or brothers in Islam, the nation that's part of the nation, that's still a religious background. And so to me, to try to say that shit is right wing, nah, that's just people that want a decent life. What the fuck is that?
Right.
It's not even really left or right. It's not a political stance. It's just people wanting a different life. It's just no, it's these heathenistic assholes who think they can do whatever the fuck they want to do without any consequences. That's why you're mad about the Roe v. Wade. That's why you're mad about a lot of this shit. That's why this chick can think that she can put her hands on a cop and think there'd be no accident and no consequence to her actions. Is you think that you can do whatever the fuck you want to do with no real consequence. That's what it boils down to for these people.
Right? It's all mostly like real religions. I say real religions meaning like Hindu, like Muslim. Those religions have conservative, views. Because my bestie, which I went to high school with and still bestie, she's Hindu, and we have very similar values of how family and being honest and being moral people. So it's those people that they don't like because they said that our views are too like restrictive and we're not progressive and this and that. But my thing is we just believe in a traditional structure
Right.
in things, and they want to
Hierarchy.
change it. Yeah, they want to change it, and they want to say, oh, there's no what's the thing called, is a gender is a social construct,
Social
right?
construct.
Okay, how is it a social construct when you're a man and if you punch me, you're gonna knock me out? And if I punch you, I can't knock you out. Come on, like how is that? Like, that's reality. It's biology. You are bigger than me. You can knock me out. You have more force. You're bigger. How is that
Look
a
at it this
social
way.
construct?
Look at it this way. Kareem, I don't know if you heard the example I gave earlier, but what I mentioned was like there was an example of that when I talked about how this clip came out a few years ago. It was at a high school on the school grounds. It was a white girl, supposedly LGBT, picking a fight with a boy. And the boy was a little bit bigger than her, but the boy had special needs. So she's just wailing on him, throwing punches, just moving around, hitting him. He's like, and he's trying to block, and he's like, because he can't talk, but he's not liking it. But everybody around is taking out the phones and videotaping it, and just laughing and everything, filming it. And at some point, he just has enough, and just with one good shot, just drops her. The minute he drops her, all the other girls that were filming this, they were like, "Oh, she's a girl! She's a girl!" Well, she shouldn't have been picking a fight with him.
Good for her ass. Listen, I'm sorry. This is the wrong chick. I believe in underdogs, especially if you were picking on him and he knocked your ass out. Good for you. You can't talk to me about, like, I believe in fairness. Like, I don't care, man or woman. You picking on somebody and you know he has a mental challenges, and you know how mentally challenged people are, and you're picking on him just because you feel like he's not gonna do nothing to you because you feel like he has that. Well, you learned today. Good for your ass.
And there's some of the sweetest people around. You know that? There's some of the sweetest people being around.
I used to do, like, in college. I worked with blind people, and I worked with people with with like mentally disabilities. It's an organization. I did that in college, and I learned so much. I learned that blind people are so, like, they're on, like, people think they
blind
can
people can be assholes though. Blind people can be assholes, because I know I have some friends who are disabled veterans who are blind, and they have some of the greatest senses of humor, although it can be a bit cringy.
But people think that they could take advantage of them. I don't know how they know money, but they fold it a certain way. That's how they know their money. But people think they could abuse them with the money and stuff. But they're sensitive.
Oh no,
their other senses are.
It doesn't work like that.
Yeah, they're so.
You know what they do?
So good.
You know what they do? You know, thank you for reminding me about that, Kareem. Because where I'm from, our currency, they have certain they have like a, what do you call that, hologram reflector thing on the paper note to make sure it's not easily counterfeited. But on one end of the banknote or the currency or the bill, they have imprinted braille on it. That way, the blind person can just touch it and realize, oh, this is how much it is. Oh, this is how much it is. In certain countries, they've already instituted like putting braille on the currency, so it's easier for blind people to know how it works.
I never knew that the society had so many things until dealing with blind people. Like, you know how certain things open up your eyes? I didn't even realize that certain, like, things, like the elevator, they had the braille and all these things. In New York, I don't know about other places. They have, like, the braille on different things.
Oh, it's everywhere.
Yes.
Everywhere, but I didn't never notice it until dealing with blind people. That's how I noticed it. Because, you don't pay attention to things that don't don't care about it, so you don't see it. But now, dealing with them, I saw it.
You learn something new every day, my dear. You learn something new every day, my dear.
Yeah. That's a federal law.
I've been dealing with blind people. Yeah.
No, I get that notice. I mean, I know it, but I can get why somebody wouldn't know.
Yeah, a lot of people don't know that, though. A lot of people that don't, how people are in their own cocoon, they don't pay attention to stuff. Unfortunately, it was my bad for not knowing, so that was on me. But I just think that people, like I said, you have to be fair. Like, that guy, he wasn't bothering her, and she went after him, so she got what she deserved.
Well, they were teenage boys, teenagers, first of all. So, he must have been at least 17, no more than 18. And she was like 16 at the most.
If I had a son, I'd be like, no, hit her right back and run and tell the teacher she hit you first. That's how I do. I don't care.
The thing about it is, honestly, it's funny because the people that piss me off more than anybody will be these motherfuckers that complain about shit, but they be the main ones making deposits into certain stuff. But when it's time for, like, it's not even about consequences. It's just like cause and effect, the law of cause and effect. Then folks want to pretend like they don't understand what's going on. The thing is, it's too much shit being subsidized. And then this is where I think it was Beasley Nerd was talking about, a lot of people don't want to do what the fuck they want to do, or they want to go after, right-wing folks. I know Kareem was saying that too. And you have folks that want their shit to be subsidized, and they're not operating like adults. And to the point where they actually believe they shouldn't be treated like adults. Like, even this black chick, for example, she killed all those people. The one that was going like super, super, super fast and just blew through like an intersection and blew through that other car. See,
you talking about the nurse?
Huh?
You talking about the nurse?
Yeah, she's trying to act like she lost conscience and all these fucking excuses. And I'm like, yeah, she's gonna get what she gonna get. But I'm like, yo, how did she get into all these accidents? Like 13 fucking accidents. Like, who the fuck went through that? You got the other chick, the 980s chick, that decided to light motherfuckers up, you know, because the shit wasn't going her way. And there's been dudes that's done that too. Usually them dudes end up dead though. That's the difference. You know, all the black men that pulled that trigger, they run that play, they're not alive to tell the tale. So people say, well, black men do it too, but they also dead too. So she's still alive. This bitch actually tried to catch a flight. She tried to leave. She's man. Yo, it's just like with women, they really believe that they are extraordinary citizens. Like the shit doesn't apply to them. And I you know that the letter community believes the same shit when it comes to the dude. They really believe that this law doesn't apply to me. I got this L community or woman immunity to where the shit doesn't apply. And I get annoyed about people that they will entertain that shit. But then when it comes to anything like, for instance, a black man does, it's all this extraordinary fucking pressure because you got to make up for the other shit you gave a pass. That's why when black men do shit, it's this overwhelming response. And it isn't just the LG community. It ain't just women. It's even dudes. Dudes.
You're right. Because I remember you talking about
dudes. They be some of the main motherfuckers sometimes.
Listen, the girls, like you talking about, don't want to be accountable. I know, but remember there was a story in New York because this is a New York issue. There was a couple years ago, you could just Google it. There was a girl that beat up another girl, teenage girl, and she beat her up so bad. And her mother put her on a flight to Jamaica because the girl was Jamaican. Well, she was born here, but her mother was Jamaican, just so she wouldn't be faced with being charged. But they caught her and arrested her, and I guess
because if she would have made it, I don't know what the law is, but I'd be like, bitch, you going too.
Extradition. It's called extradition, people.
Depending on where you are.
I know that, but I'm just saying, like, the fact that people even think the fact that they even believe those plays can be ran, and they'll come to African Americans talking something I don't understand. Man, that's why I be laughing with people. With me, you can have a completely diametrically opposed opinion but don't play stupid. I don't like that coming from nobody. I don't like that coming from black men. I don't like that coming from black women. I damn sure don't like the coy bullshit white folks stay on. I don't like nobody.
Yeah, sometimes I act like I don't speak English in certain situations, man.
That's just the pet peeve of mine. I don't like people playing dumb. Like it's man. Oh man.
Were you guys you was on listening to what's his name panel yesterday with the divester girl?
Who?
There was this on Roger panel. There was a divester girl that came on it. Oh my god!
Oh, the Roger report.
I super chatted her. I asked that bitch if she supports the KKK too, because she was enthused. I support the Proud Boys.
She was peacocking. I mean, I know they don't use peacocking with girls, but she was peacocking. She was like, "I'm fit, I'm feminine," and I was like, "Why are you telling people this?"
First of all,
wait. You mean we had a? I'm sorry, Edward.
The reason why, the thing is, they roasted her. That don't even need to be talked about because the way they roasted her up was great. Appreciate the dude on that. Y'all took care of that. But the thing about it is, you make it sound like Charles is a fucking cop. Y'all really act like motherfuckers don't be interacting with white people. Like, BGS is in California. Like, what the fuck? You think we're in Nigger Town or something and we never leave? Like, the fuck? We hang with white. All right. My thing is, we understand that even white boys that have those views, they are not gonna want I'm gonna say it just like this: some black bitch wearing a Confederate flag. They don't even let their white women run around like that. So, because you bring in heat. You bringing real heat on them as far as jobs and stuff. So
mentally ill.
Confederate. I'm like, bitch, please. That's a please pick me. I want to be in the ghetto gaggers so bad. That's all that is.
She liked BGS.
They don't. What happened was
she had a crush on BGS.
She was like one of those chicks who might have ran into a white guy. Finally, I got a white guy. It's going to be an average run-of-the-mill, bottom-of-the-barrel bed. And she's trying to throw being with a white guy in the people's faces. And it backfired on her because nobody was like, man, fuck that white guy. I'm better than him. No, we were like, okay, good for you. So nobody cared. I even told her.
They don't know how to handle that, which is why I always say the Black Manosphere official policy is we absolutely support Black women that want to divest. We want y'all to leave rather than running your fucking mouth about us. We rather you leave and be happy. Like seriously. In fact, I'm doing a GoFundMe. I am doing an official GoFundMe for my startup called Keisha's List, in which we can pick these motherfuckers up. You know, instructions not included. Use that white boy magic or swag that they love, and you fix them. We're giving them away. This in the Craigslist free section. We ain't. How much is you paying? In fact, we'll pay. In fact, we'll pay for your shipping and handling. We will pay you.
You know what, Edward? I think we should also shake these white boys' hands and say, thank you for getting these pains in the asses off our hands. They're all yours now.
We'll give you an honorary ticket. We'll give you a one-time ticket to the barbecue just for picking them up. Complimentary.
No nigga back though. That's too much. That's too much.
Because the truth is, here's the truth, and these white dudes know this. The white dudes know the difference between Black women that are I won't say all of them, but they got a sense for BBC free sisters. It's like organic with them. They do organic food. They don't want Black women to play the both sides game. So any of them who's anybody are not generally going to do that. Now, if they trying to come up or some stuff, because you got a lot of white dudes that are like comedians or situations that here's the thing. It's not that white women won't deal with white men that are broke. That's a misnomer. It's that you have to be on a certain path depending on what type of white chick it is. There's plenty of stories of dudes that they got married broke and they ended up making money. So this idea that you got to have money to do it, that's not necessarily true. But this idea of you're just in this indefinite, I don't have a path bullshit, they don't typically like to do that because they have pressure on them from their family to deal with that. But Black women, they'll deal with a white dude because white dude. What was that comedian that he said the N-word and she backed him up and he got the divorce? You know what I'm talking about? Not Bill Burr, the other one.
Gary
Owens.
That's the play they run. They get with these 92s, and then these 92s just shop them around. That's why she's so mad, because and they get up. It's kind of the play Jesse Williams ran on his wife, even though he gave his wife kids. The prettier kids than she would have got right. So
isn't she Black too though, the wife?
Yeah, no, she is.
She's light skinned.
And she's
light skinned. She what? She's light skinned.
That don't matter. Not the way her face look. that don't compensate.
She wasn't gonna let him go though. She wasn't gonna let him go though. That was the issue.
I mean, y'all.
I feel bad for her. Okay, I know y'all gonna be men, whatever. I feel bad for her just because she was married to him and she has a family with him and the family is broken up. So I know she was not attractive and he was beautiful and blah, blah, blah. But I feel bad for her though. Like, is she never gonna get another Jesse Williams? Is she ever gonna get Jesse Williams?
I got a question for you. And that's not going against that. You can feel that way. That's cool. That's legit. My question is,
hold on, Eddie. Ed, wait.
Do you feel like she got an acceptable? Do you believe it was an acceptable trade?
I do. I think she's too bitter. I think she needs to let it go now, because all of this fighting is just really bad.
Because remember, he stuck with her for a while.
Yeah,
I mean, it wasn't once he got on.
He did, but you feel like as a female.
Hold on for a second. Hold on. We got to do the introduction for BGS.
Now for a lesson. You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond. Plus.
Next time I have the words divester on him while he's flying in the air.
I heard that. Yeah, yeah. But you know what? You know what to think about Jesse Williams and Homegirl. Okay, let's call a spade, right? You bought that dude straight up. You had a lot of money. You're $1 million investor. You bought that dude because he's a school teacher. Okay, you put money into him. You got 10 years. You got 3 babies. You got a good looking dude on your arm for a long time. You got basically it should have just broke up. You gone back to work because you got what you asked for. Okay, because other than that, you never would have got a dude to that caliber. So you paid for him. You got him. He's been with you for years. He's famous. He's an actor. He gave you a settlement. That should have been the end of that. Okay, because you have to admit that you paid for him. How come Megan Good's husband doesn't sue her for the same thing?
She loves them, BGS. You know how women are like.
It doesn't matter. She paid for him. Come on now.
But
come on.
She's still. Come on. Like, okay, as a man, I understand how men.
Kareem.
But as a female,
Kareem, keep it funky. Keep it funky, Kareem. Come on, you're a female. Come on, baby. Kareem, don't bullshit me, baby.
I know I'm not. I know. Like I said, I agree.
Don't bullshit me.
Logically, yes.
Not even logically. Come on, don't bullshit me. You'd have told you. If she was your girl, you'd have told the exact same thing when you married. We know why are you paying for this dude?
She was paying for him. She
bought him.
But the thing though, she had kids with him though. I mean,
so what?
They had a nice family. You know the family.
Wait. She did the whole. Hold up. She did the thing old girl did in Two Can Play That Game with Bobby Brown, where she found them fixing cars and paid.
Yeah. She did all of that.
I didn't even know that. I didn't even know that about that story.
She worked and paid the bills while he did his career, while he did his thing. But the thing is. Okay, but when you invest in something like that, don't you feel hurt when the person leaves you? Wouldn't you feel hurt though? Let's keep it real.
No,
you buy them.
Yeah, you're gonna be hurt, but guess what? You know the game was funky when you paid for the dude, right?
It was kind of shady.
You were 4 and you got yourself a goddamn 10. Come on.
I guess
That's having an ulterior motive. That's the problem with that. That was an ulterior motive.
She is getting a good settlement. She is getting a good settlement, so she should just take the money.
So what does she fight? She's fighting with him or something?
She wants more money.
She wants him back. That's what it is.
She wants him back, but she keeps bringing him to court to fight for the more money and all kind of crap.
It's the only thing she
back.
The only thing she can get is money, because she, like said, hell hath no fury like a woman scorned. Come on, baby, you paid for him. I don't know what women. Okay, Say he was an ugly dude, right, with a lot of money. Okay, and he paid for this glamorous 10 chick. Say an ugly dude paid for Sierra, in her prime, right? And And he pays for her and all this kind. He cares for her, and then one day she gets some money. She bounces. Should he be able to go after her?
No.
Well,
he can find somebody better.
No. If she had a couple kids for him, he's got a couple kids.
It depends on where they live, because the law is right.
I didn't ask you that, Kareem. Should he be able to go after her?
No. You move on. You move on with your life. You gotta move on.
You gotta move on. Same thing with her. Come on, baby. You're 4. You got your 10. Okay, and a male 10 is way more expensive than a female 10. Okay. Female 10s are lying around all the time. So you got your male 10 that was famous, okay? And you had how many? 2 kids by him? That's jackpot for a woman like her.
Yeah, but she ain't never gonna find another nice looking man like him.
She sure won't. Okay, that was her one. But you got one. You got one in.
It's like hard to find a man like that. That's heterosexual.
It's like me marrying Vanessa Williams, right? I mean, now I'm gonna find another one. Guess what, nigga? I got one in. I got the pictures to prove it. Okay, and the babies. Okay,
I got mine.
Isn't she married BGS? I think she married a white dude.
Who?
Vanessa Williams. She married a white dude. Her last marriage is a white man.
I don't. Is she married? I don't think.
Yeah,
I thought she was single.
I thought she was single.
She's married. Her last marriage was to a white lawyer. This white old-looking lawyer.
Okay, well, she's old now, but the first two was a Puerto Rican guy and then a black guy.
I mean,
So
one at a time. Okay, what you say, AL?
I said, so this is after Rick Fox. She got married again.
Absolutely. I think she got married in 2018
okay,
to
okay.
like a lawyer. You could
2015.
Google it. You could Google it.
Last I saw, she wasn't married.
2015 is when she got married. 2015 is when she
Well,
got married.
Okay.
guess
I
what?
Third
thought she was
marriage.
still single.
Guess what? It doesn't matter because the only Vanessa Williams I'm paying attention to was prime Vanessa Williams. I mean, Vanessa Williams is like prime Tyson, prime Ali, prime Hulk Hogan, prime Ray Lewis. Like, god damn, that was a beautiful woman.
Yeah, if she wasn't a woman, she would have never got that because they'd told the guy to keep on walking.
Yeah, that's what you gotta think. I do agree with you with that. When like men tens are rare, they more expensive because they're rare. Men are not considered the fair of the sexes. So here it is. I think women need to just admit that you paid for a nigga. Women don't like to admit that they paid for him. They think they won't swoon the guy.
Yeah.
Bitch.
Yeah. Kareen, Kareen, if you seeing how she looks and she's right around, she is a 4. Okay, I get
Yeah,
it.
she is rather
4.
homely.
She's a 4. She's plain. Okay, I'm not saying she's butt ugly, but she's plain. Okay, she walks in with a Jesse Williams in a party, right, and said, "This is my husband." What are you gonna think?
Everybody gonna be like, how she got him. Yeah, everybody gonna be like, oh yeah, he's better looking at her. But the thing is, I think she should have used the money and like up her looks. Like maybe I don't believe in plastic surgery, maybe, but in her case, maybe if she did a little plastic surgery, lost some weight, and zhuzh up herself, maybe she could have like kept them a little bit longer. I don't know.
No. I'm gonna put it to you this way: plastic surgery. When women use plastic surgery, it makes you look desperate to men. It's like
she is desperate. She's desperate to keep him.
She's only taking him to court because that's the only way she's
Hold on, it's a downgrade to use cosmetic surgery. We don't like it. We don't speak of it, but we don't like it.
But
they're Hollywood people though. They're Hollywood. It's not regular everyday people.
But Kareen, who's her competition?
Like I said, her competitions are like the freaking Megan Goods and the beautiful actresses and models. So come on, you're for
Megan is as pretty as Megan Good is, good looking as Megan Good is. She couldn't get him.
You don't think she could?
No.
You don't think so?
Gotta have money and looks.
Yeah, you gotta remember
those green eyes of his.
Here's the thing about it, right? Who's the highest caliber person Megan Good has ever been with that we know about?
50 Cent, I think.
She admitted she'd been with 50.
Right, and he's a businessman, and he's a 10, right?
She was also with a linebacker from the Redskins for a little minute. This is one of the fatal flaws, right? That women don't understand. You know, they come into the tournament and they think they're going to challenge Hihashi Mishima, and they get their ass handed to them by the King of the Iron Fist. Yeah. Why? Because how many chicks living on the planet look like Megan Good or better?
Yeah. It must be a New York thing though, because these New York women are feisty like that.
Yeah, they're from New York. That's my point. Is when they were in New York, they was doing good, but as soon as they landed in Hollywood, the marriage ended like within 2 to 3 years.
Yeah, because the competition
they go in with their own. They go and they also have their own agendas. They don't have an agenda to build long-term, lasting relationships.
Yeah. She was
at least not on his part.
Yeah, he was always a rent-a-husband. So her only thing.
Oh, he's gonna say rent-a-husband, and it's 10 years they were married though. That's
a rent-a-husband. Yeah,
that don't matter. It don't matter. It does not matter.
You bought and paid for. Okay, she got all investment money back. You know, move on.
She got interest.
I think she should get some plastic surgery, and she needs to lose the weight, and then leave him alone because she looks so desperate and is so tacky. And it's bad. It's a bad look for her.
Kareem, you know,
they all can't be Nicole Murphy. Okay, they can't all be Nicole Murphy.
I love you, Kareem, but I gotta debunk your shit. Okay. What woman can you name that actually looked better after going under the knife?
Ashley Simpson.
Yeah,
We're
that's
talking black women.
we got a
Jessica
couple.
Simpson's sister, she looks way better after she got that nose job. I'm sorry, but it's the truth.
We got a couple on YouTube. What's her name? Melanie King.
You know, look at she married to Diana Ross's son. She got Diana Ross's son after she went and got her nose fixed and looking cuter because she used to her noses. Ooh, she had like a crazy nose.
Yeah, but the thing is, you got to have a base to work with. Okay, some people can be improved to a certain extent, but she's not one of those people. Okay, she's not built that way.
But if she does any more surgery, she's
surgery. Your girl
what?
looking good had plastic surgery. As quiet as it's kept, she had plastic surgery. I'm not hating on her, but she did.
Yeah, but you have to have a base for it. Okay, you have to have the base for this kind of stuff. You gotta have elements. But thing is,
like that chick couldn't look better if she was Mystique.
Listen. I think
what
she may not be a
should
10,
do.
but she could be a 7 if she.
Yeah, she'd be a 6. Okay.
Okay,
most
right.
But the
you
thing
can't jump like
if 6 is better than 4. But the thing is, what kind of guy is she gonna get?
Well, you should get a lawyer. She's a lawyer. She could get maybe a lawyer.
No, she
like
can't.
A lawyer.
The most she can do. Hold up, real quick. Let me say this. The most she can do is not get plastic surgery. Is hit the fucking gym and stay in that bitch. Jump on a vegan diet or whatever these little goofy ass herbal diets or some shit, and that's what she can do. Plastic surgery won't help because it does not help everybody. Because you can see one celebrity can get a nose job and they look amazing, and another celebrity can get a no job and it can fuck their whole shit up. So surgery is not the answer. The most she can do is hit the gym and increase herself to maybe a 6. She can probably get some breast implants, maybe a BBL that's done by a professional, not one of these motherfuckers in the DR on the cheap. That's about it.
You got a plastic surgeon and mechanic to save office.
If I was coaching her, right? If I was say Kareem was her and I was coaching her, right? Okay, you have an Ivy League education, right? You got a pedigree, okay? You in your what? She's in her 40s.
So yeah, I think she's in her 40s. Yeah.
You get you with somebody that's in the Ivy League that's on Wall Street that will want somebody of your caliber, somebody in your class. Date in your class. You're not gonna get you a
That's
Jesse
why I said a lawyer. Well, lawyer's not in her class.
Kareem, she doesn't need plastic surgery for that. Okay.
Yeah.
She could have done that before she got Jesse. Okay. She could have done that. She can go do it now. All she gotta do is find somebody in her class, but that's not what she wants. She wants to 10. Okay. Get her a lawyer. That's a lawyer or not a mogul, but a guy on Wall Street, a trader, a banker, something like that. That's a 5. Okay, he'll take her because she's got a pedigree. She's Ivy League. She's got a little history. She got even a little bit of fame. Okay, they'll take her. She'll need plastic surgery for that.
All right.
The problem. I'm gonna tell you what the problem is with the average Americanized black woman.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all want a quick fix.
But okay, she's not cute. She's not cute.
No, she's not cute.
Let me explain. Like here, y'all want a quick fix for an answer. If you tell black women you could get a butt by squatting and doing lunges, I'm gonna go get a BBL, and then your ass looking like you have like what is that Ziploc bags full of fluid,
Too big ass
one lopsided than the other. They're like 2 knots fighting over supremacy in their ass, and you, all you got to do is just lose weight, work out. And
she doesn't need that. Okay, she doesn't need that. All she has to do is date people in her class. She's got, she's got a network full of people, right? She can get a white guy, she can get a black guy, she can get because the Ivy League network is very small.
Get you a Boyce Watkins. Get you a Boyce Watkins.
Boyce Watkins light, yeah. He won't look like Jesse Williams, but the thing is he'll have money, he'll have class, he'll have a pedigree. It's up to her.
Okay,
she need to do.
Go to the same school. That's how they met.
Huh?
Because
they were like.
That's how they met.
Yeah, they were like classmates.
I don't know where where did he go to school? She went to school.
Let me see. Hold on.
His families are teachers too. His dad is a teacher.
Temple University.
Yeah, so they met.
He went to Columbia.
Yeah.
No, he went to Temple.
They went to Temple. I thought she graduated from Columbia.
Maybe for her law degree, but for her undergrad, they probably met
Okay.
when she was
They
undergrad.
met in school. But well, this is the problem. I said black women want to date out of their league. And it's like they don't, and this is to your point, DJ BGS, like about going to get somebody that's like a lawyer, like she is. I'm like, okay, when Jeff Bezos' wife Mackenzie left, she didn't go try to go get no other billionaire. When she went and got a fucking school teacher.
But she don't have no education. I think she was a school teacher. Wasn't she a school teacher before she married?
But the point is. Yeah, but the point is, she didn't try to go out and get like a quick fix, like BGS is saying. She went and got somebody who was not at that level. She looked like she could pull a school teacher. She don't look like she can pull another damn billionaire.
But Jeff Bezos is not come on, let's keep it real. Jeff Bezos is not a good looking man either. He looked like a squirrel, white.
Don't matter. Dudes are not judged by our looks the same way women are judged.
But the thing is, she was actually driving the Toyota when Jeff Bezos was actually doing his pitch, so she was with him from the beginning. So she deserves her money. I would never talk about her.
Yeah.
Money.
Oh yeah. She break off some bread and that's it. But don't try to go get another fucking millionaire.
But I think she looks better than Jeff Bezos, though. I think she's a cuter girl.
It doesn't matter at that level.
This is the problem I see, and I've seen this for years. Black women choose men like men choose women, and y'all go off of looks instead of functionality. White women don't. Y'all don't. That's the reason why you see so many black women with terrible fucking baby daddies. They never picked the nigga for being a father. They just picked him for genetic jackpot. It's
attraction. You gotta have some attraction to your.
Nobody
partner.
said you don't have attraction, but guess what? I should not have a fucking 3 approach me. And I'm gonna purposely.
Charles, anybody's gonna approach you. You are handsome.
Charles, are you saying from experience?
Father, and he doubled down on it too.
I'm gonna tell you, I'm a little cruel sometimes. I'm nice.
Please the fifth.
If I turn you down being nice, I'm gonna be cruel. I'm gonna be like, I've actually had to tell a chick, look at you.
BGS, that girl is gonna be in your channel. That's the girl. She has a crush on you.
Yeah, you think so? Because she was, I don't know, that was creepy to me. It's like
I gotta go back and watch whatever this.
She do all your business. She was like, BGS.
Yeah, Kareem, you not helping the sisterhood. We might need to go.
I've seen it before because women are attracted to my voice, whatever that means, right? And they always say, "What do you look like?" I say, at this point, what does it matter? 30 years ago, it might have been on and popping, but now, so what does it matter? Okay, well, you're 60, so what does it matter what I look like at this state of the game? You're not coming over to be
60-year-olds could still get it, BGS. 60-year-olds.
Well, you know what? At this point,
men age like whiskey, women age like milk.
At this point, there are women that are in line that have way more money. Okay, and she is not it. She's too young and she don't have no money. Okay.
Yeah.
That was so funny though. So funny.
I mean, please, man. Like that goofy bitch. Like for real.
I'm just gonna say that.
But that wasn't that creepy though, Kareem? That was creepy.
So funny. I was like, when she's like, "Oh, BGS, you're single." I was like, "How she know this?"
And then she tried to shame me. Said, "I bet you can't get it up." I said, "Come on, baby,
hey guys, close your eyes and if you close your eyes and listen to that, you'll believe that Cynthia G was trying to come on to BGS.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody's gonna do the audio of
put that thought in my. Oh gosh.
Cynthia G, and Krista Carrison says that sound like their dad.
Oh God.
I mean.
You sure? What you sure you mean? You wasn't daddy?
No, dad.
Like actually looks like something in her age, but the rest of them.
That makes
That's
sense.
why I
AB,
said
I got
that,
a
because
question for you.
she was preening. She was like, "Oh, I'm fit. I have 5% body fat." I'm like, "Girl, who
Oh,
cares?"
this is the divester. Oh, Lord.
That was that's
She was auditioning.
But the
hey,
chick,
Yeah.
but the chick, it can
I
get
thought
white boy.
I thought I was hearing things. It's like, come on, baby, I'm 60 years old. What are you doing?
Yeah, BGS got
BGS,
hit
you too old
with
for this shit.
BGS got hit with a new strategy. He said, fuck this nigga. I'm not about to try to out debate him. I'm gonna come on to throw him off.
Yeah. Actually, I had that happen to me on the panel. I
Oh,
wasn't.
did it really? Yeah, that's
Yeah,
just decide.
Strag was arguing with the scientist Supreme Nicole and lost during teapot scene, and afterwards she just kept trying to yell at me. I was like, yeah, okay, whatever. Then she started throwing her coochie at me. I was like, damn. I was like,
Hey, AB sound like the type of dude be like,
Yeah.
look, man, before you pull that shit out, bitch, can you cook? Because if you can't cook me something after, I don't even want that other shit.
Nah,
Yeah,
it does,
I will.
actually, Ed, that doesn't matter because she said she was a single mother. And was acting like she had no sense. I was like, nah.
Yeah. And Mella used to do that before Art stopped letting her come up.
Score one for AB with the standard.
Oh yeah, yeah. All these chicks are married.
AB, make her buy her own ticket though, AB.
but remember, every bitch that comes on here is married, and her husband is sitting right next to them.
AB,
okay.
AB, I got something to tell you. Hang on, AB. If you think the synthetic GE with BGS is scary, it could have been worse. Just to borrow from Snowman, what if it were a certain mayor?
Oh.
Yeah, well, she didn't. I wouldn't worry about her stuff.
Good answer. Speak of the devil.
I wouldn't worry about this certain mayor. She, she got the biggest dick in Chicago.
Don't forget, got the biggest forehead too.
But going back to the thing about black women dating, going back to the thing that Kareem was talking about, because Kareem needs to be tested for gynocritis, man.
She's still a woman. No, she's still a woman. No, she's still a woman. I mean, women are gonna react that way because they have a certain worldview.
No, I understand. I'm low key joking, kind of not really, but it's cool. But anyway, the thing about it is, when it comes to this idea of you gotta be attracted, black women's attraction is absolutely subsidized.
Mr.
Absolutely, because the reality is, and I'm not even talking about Kareem. I'm talking about like these African American bitches in particular. Y'all ain't seen no true libertarian dating market. This is why we got to deal with all this. Well, attraction has to be there. Cool. So what is colorism, featureism, hairism, fat phobia, all this other bullshit? Like, the Black Muse literally has a book the size of a Harry Potter book as far as a regulation manual on what it can deal with and not deal with.
Yeah, you know what, Ed? What the real secret is that the chicks won't tell you, and Charles knows this. That black women pay. They just don't say it.
Yeah, they do. They pay.
They pay.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. I'm gonna tell you a real good secret that a lot of these guys who might have issues with women. I don't know why you should at these days and times. Hit the cash app, hit the cash app, hit the super chat, pay your goddamn BGS tax. Anyway,
we'll circle back to the cop thing.
Oh yeah, we're gonna circle back to that. I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Here's one of the secrets. You don't have to do a damn thing for a woman if she's attracted to you. All you gotta do is show up. And it always happens every time a female's uber attracted to me. These are very attractive females that guys thirst after. The secret that I do, I don't pay you no goddamn mind. I'm already mad at one chick I'm talking to. She like, what makes you an expert in kids? Well, what I was 1, 2, I'm raising 1, 3, I've coached them, 4, I've saved them. Shall I go on? I mean, I know you got 2 masters in education, but that's just enough so we can have a conversation.
I don't even want to talk about the academic. I'm pissed off at these academics, man.
Yeah, I could tell that in your last
y'all didn't pull that up. I put FD Signifiers, another person she could try to holler at too. Oh my God!
She's turned out enough FD signifiers in her life. Now she wants.
I put under his comments. I'm like, you talking about everything is misogyny, but you wearing a biggie T-shirt. I wrote that under his.
Isn't that funny though? Isn't that a funny thing?
So funny.
Yeah, I wish SWP could have recorded himself. Listen, because he did a good video 9 days ago that he listened to the whole thing, like 2.5 hours, and he did it so I didn't have to. But he said he's so glad he did. Because he would have never believed that he was that ultra leftist just off hearing about it. He thought people were like over exaggerating it. So he would have gave him a lot more benefit of the doubt than he was like shit. It was funny. SWP in the end was like, nigga, get your passport.
It's over. He said it was over. It's over.
I hate saying it. It's over. And remember, SWP has been in this bitch since 2007. Trust me. He wanted to believe in y'all.
Yeah.
He
was in
black patriarchy. He said it's over.
He was in DJ Kuda's chat the other day, the FD guy, whatever his name is. And all the people in the chat was roasting him. He was like, "Oh, you guys are goofy, you goofy." But you in the chat engaging with them. So who goofy?
Number one, and number two, he knows who. See, man, this is what I can't stand. You know, you already outed yourself. You already have outed yourself, motherfucker. We know you know who BGS is. We know who you know. SWP will talk. I'm sure he'll make an exception for your ass. We know you know who Dr. T. Hassan is, which means you know who Green Gorilla is, Tommy Curry is. Nigga, you hide. You hide. But you want to bring up Aaron. You hiding because you don't want to get your head took off like that chick did.
Like, I'm gonna tell you what it was bad when he started naming names in the spear, like Angry Man, Dr. T, BGS. I'm like, nigga. First and foremost, that's why I made the whole live stream. I'm tired of effeminate men speaking on black male masculinity. I'm really tired of that shit. Like, dude, when you speak and some of the terms you speak about, you're so deep in the closet you can find Christmas gifts.
Well, he's honestly at the end of the day, and I wish everybody wouldn't respond to him. Not like obviously there's certain people, and then there's like a second tier of certain people I can see. But a lot of these dudes, they just try to kick the hornet's nest. And the reality is, he's a cat. Look, I'm not saying this to be mean. This is like serious. He's a castrated male. He's like a canary in the coal mine. Meaning, once stuff starts really happening the way it needs to happen, there's not going to be anything he can really do to stop it. Like, so all he's doing is running his mouth because women are pulling his arm. Hell, like BGS said, he's got a white audience.
Yes.
So it's like, dude, nigga, you a coon. You a liberal coon, really? Like that, but liberals can't be coons.
Shit,
but my point is, he's so educated, right? Well, how he said he hates black conservatives. He hates black conservatives when most black people are conservative. So you hate black people?
For conservatives.
Well, black conservatives are not like white conservatives, and that's what they get wrong. Yeah, they're not like that.
Most of us are like socially. Most black people in America are conservative. Socially.
Shout out to Herschel Walker. I want him to win just to piss them off.
Black people are fiscally conservative and socially liberal. We've dealt with transgenders, gay folks, and all that kind of stuff for centuries. Okay, has never been an issue until white people got into it. They go down to any gay club, any trans. Charles is a cop. Okay, black folks don't bother transgender people.
No, if anything, you defend them.
Yeah.
If anything, you defend their asses.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
as long as you ain't trying to pull no funny business, that most black folks will let you.
Yeah, you stayed in your lane, and we stayed in ours, and we was all cool. Nobody give a shit.
Yeah.
But ultimately, I mean, I don't even know what he's really trying to do. Because I'm like, dude, where were you when Aaron Fountain needed help? Because if you wanted to brand the space, if he wanted to brand the space, the time would have been back then. You can't do it now because all I got to do is put Kevin Samuels and you in the same picture, and even your own audience ain't gonna take you fucking serious. Like seriously, like dude, that time is past. And truth be told, you have a new generation. Like, look, man, I ain't trying to hate on Kuda, but you were in Kuda's panel. If you were on Kuda's chat, that tells me you trying to go to places where you can just like.
I mean, if you were there. If you disagree with the manosphere, the link was there. You could have come up on the panel.
He said he gonna charge y'all 20 grand to debate you.
Who's gonna pay?
Fuck
Who's
yourself,
gonna pay him?
Really? Really?
For him? Really?
20 grand, go pay.
For him? We can get MTR for free.
Exactly.
I mean, shit. And it's these little pot shots that he takes. He's one of these dudes that he be the first one to call 911 if somebody rolls up on him to shake his hand. Because he'll be, oh my God, black on black crime. Like, he'd be one of them first motherfuckers.
Yeah,
and I'm not even talking about rolling up on him on a bad way. I'm talking about roll up on him like Fox News does.
Dr. T told me that when he was in grad school, he could have been FD signifier because they're brainwashed in a certain way, right? He's brainwashed. You can hear it in the way he talks.
No, absolutely. And the thing is, it's like, look, okay, bro, with all due respect, if you want to help black women, you need to talk about these 3 fucking articles talking about black Nick BGS. I was on, Christian is a landlord, right? Christian Hudson. Man, this nigga talking about, look, I'm already trying not to hire and get black women in my fucking second. These motherfuckers are not playing. Because he was speaking to that damn article, and he was like giving real life shit. Like, this is what they do. They always bring in some kind of beautiful looking ass nigga, and then they got the money, but he ain't got nothing. And I asked why is this like this? And they want to say some bullshit, and they always calling for this. And like me and the white boys, there's other landlords have more private than him. They got the same complaints, particularly on black women. And every time they take a chance on them, as far as doing like some of the help shit the government gets involved, they always get super fucked on it. So it's like a lot of motherfuckers don't want to deal with black females in particular. And I was like, what about black men? Well, black men, they either on point or they not. And if they not, nobody's gonna say anything as far as like you're not dealing with them. So so my point is, you got 3 articles, 1 from the Hill and 2 from 2 other sources. They talk about black women are like the main ones vulnerable to and
remember we talked about that 2 years ago when it was happening under COVID, that when it came out of it, black women were actually going to get hit like this. This is not new.
Ain't nobody playing with folks. So if you ain't tied to a man and you want something, ain't nobody playing with y'all. These motherfuckers think they can do the LGBT.
They you know what? At this point, they're trying to tie themselves to a man, but a lot of black women burnt their bridges, and under crises like this, a lot of guys are afraid to touch them. I'm not touching you when you're 2 kids. Okay?
No, not the ones that they need. Not the ones that they need. The ones that they actually need to get pull up dead weight. Because these other motherfuckers that be living with them, that ain't who's gonna get the job done. And that's why I told I am Courtney, because I didn't know what was the circumstances behind her leaving. Well, I know I don't say that place. I forgot where I am, but you get what I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, at the end of the day, you know what I'm getting tired of? I'm getting freaking tired of black women lying their asses off about what they do. Okay, you have too many cameras, too many videos, too many people talking. Stop lying about what you do. We know that it goes by looks. We know this is a matriarchy, and you take guys in. You've been doing it for centuries. It's not new. Stop lying about it.
I'm glad you said that.
Be honest about it.
I'm glad you
Why
said
you
that,
always lying?
Yep.
Why you always lying?
I'm glad you said that. Hold on, wait a minute. Let me get finished. I'm glad you said that because I'm about to do a video taking some heads off in the church. Apparently, they're mad at Beyonce because of her new song, Church Girl.
Okay.
What? No, who the fuck need to be?
Well, you know what? Go back and listen to what's his name, Sanctified Lady, right? What's his name? Back in the 80s, Sanctified Lady. Actually, it was called Sanctified Pussy. Yeah.
It's
Sanctified Lady. I mean, the whorehouse is everywhere.
Wait a minute. BJ, come on.
One at a time. All right, go ahead, AB.
There were hoes in the church before Beyonce was even born. Come on, they need to stop.
I'm saying they were singing about hoes in the church before Beyonce was born.
Well,
yeah, I mean, the thing about it is, you have black women and this is the truth. This is that teacher bitch, this Puerto Rican. These chicks really want to be a hoe, and then you accept it. They think, oh, being a whore is like LGBT. You just go do it, and then you just supposed to pretend that the emperor has no clothes and treat them like a wife. I'm sorry, people ain't. Then the LGBT motherfuckers took that ticket. There ain't gonna be no more tickets like that.
Basically, the thing is that globally, right? Whoredom is taking over the whole world globally because that's like we have all these chicks like Lori Harvey and what's her name? What's the other chick that now that's half dressed? That sings. Okay.
Listen.
Which one?
No,
Shit.
No, the one that Chloe Bailey, right? Okay, you half dressed because the same thing with Sierra and all these other, right? Because this is Kardashian way to $1 billion, being $1 billion mogul. Because worldwide, basically all these women now are getting into thought culture. Okay,
well,
so gonna have Megan Thee Stallion on MCU, huh?
Oh yeah.
I'm still trying to get
the Hulk.
No,
is the She-Hulk twerking?
And there's limits, but understand this is how you know these motherfuckers ain't lost their goddamn mind 100%. Because you notice how sensitive, even though women have been traveling and paid, how sensitive they are to market changes. These hoes are sensitive to that shit. Like white folks are sensitive to white supremacy not being around. Like they're real sensitive when it's not around. So they understand that this money, if it catches trend to where the money shifts, then that shit has to be subsidized. And if it's not subsidized, then you're gonna be on this track feeling that shit for real.
The thing is that the reason that because passport bros prior to COVID wasn't a big deal, right? The thing is after COVID, you have a lot of people like Albert probably could do the same thing he's doing in Indiana, someplace in Colombia or Brazil or the DR, right? Same shit, right? We have a lot of remote workers, a lot of black remote workers, okay? So all of a sudden, those guys don't have to be in the States no more, okay? They can move someplace else, do the same exact thing for 20 cents on the dollar. Why wouldn't they take that deal?
Yeah, and it's funny now. Like once I saw, because now the weekend buzz is gonna be. I can't believe this nigga got a tattoo, passport.
Like that passport conversation is so stupid. I'm sorry.
It's stupid. It's dumb until you understand the environment that you're in, right? Okay, ain't that okay? After, especially the black community, right? You got almost 3 million more adult women than you have men. Period, right? And then have 1 million of those actually dating other races. So when you whittle down the herd, especially viable black men, you ain't got that many left. So if the viable black men, especially if they can work remotely, right? Say 100,000 leave. There's 100,000 chicks that don't have no support, and there's not that many chairs anymore. Okay.
And then we're not even counting the Latin chicks. We're not even counting the white chicks, which is the largest demographic. Them white chicks, the white boys that are not prime choice for white boys. They're a little bit too chunky for them, but they just right for a lot of these niggas.
Yeah.
We're not even talking about all that. That's why I'm laughing. You're just talking about the passport section, and I get what Karina's saying because I'm talking about the dudes. And then even with the dudes, they get sensitive because it's funny because I shared that thing in the Telegram BGS of that alpha wannabe nigga talking about man, let alpha villain, let them leave. I'm like, nigga, that's the first thing we've been saying for years. Why do you care? You saying this like this is some new shit.
He cares because he financially can't support all these chicks. He can't. And basically, at some point, there will be no free pussy. Okay. Because these chicks, if they're homeless, they got kids, they got to have the rent paid, they have the car.
Absolutely.
They had no space to keep you around, or you be the fifth chick in a chain. Okay.
And the reason why Austin scares these people is because how bold he is. I mean, look at that fucking picture.
Yeah.
Like that picture with the prom. And Jackie did an interview with Bernard saying that
that's normal.
And yeah, like, and it's, you know, so the point is you're getting hit from all, and this is what folks have been telling you, as everybody, even when people argue, as Soul and Black, Complex, everybody, even we are, the wall of silence, and nothing these niggas say is going, like the roommates. I don't give a Tony Gaskins. I don't give a fuck. All they're doing is telling you what you want to hear so you can pay. They are not going to help you because telling dudes that they need to grow the fuck up is not all of a sudden gonna make a nigga grow the fuck up and do what the fuck.
They are growing up, and
Two passports. My brother has 2 passports, so that's what y'all need to do. Have 2 passports.
Well,
That's all.
we're born here though, Kareem.
I already got mine.
So we were ADOS.
He was born here too, but you could get 2 passports. You just need to know how to what countries you could do it.
No. There's countries you can do, especially in Latin America. You actually do it. You have to. It takes about 5 years.
Yeah.
It takes about 5 years to get a second passport. But things, that's a whole different story though.
Okay. BGS.
Yes, sir.
I'm just gonna say this. Even though I'm gonna go to the little topic of the subject for a little bit.
Okay.
Then we could go back to BGS drift. Do you know how many times I had women do that? I'm conducting an arrest and some chicks pulling my arm or hitting me.
There's always a black chick too, huh?
And it's a black chick because you know they look at you weird. You should see the face. They thought that. And when I showed the video, I don't know if you've seen the video from earlier.
Yeah, several times. Yeah, I saw it. Yeah.
And I'm just looking at this chick. She walked over there with her shoulders up, like you ever know in pro wrestling when where the guy's getting his ass kicked and here comes Stone Cold doing a run in.
She had the mommy strut. Okay. Like when a mommy's gonna chastise her child, she had the mommy strut, and that's the whole thing. I'm wondering. Let me ask you this, Charles, because you're a cop, and I wouldn't know, right? Would that same black woman run up against a bunch of white cops doing the same shit?
I've seen chicks hit white cops, but not as many.
Not as many. But thing is, all those white cops that are around that dude, how come she went after the black one?
And the biggest motherfucker there,
it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. But
and she's gonna challenge the black guy first and foremost.
Black chicks. I'm gonna say it right. To black chicks, every man, no matter how big he is or how old he is a boy.
Yep.
But not only that too. New York chicks, they're very, very like aggressive.
How come she didn't slap the white cop?
I mean,
I don't know why. Hold on. You're in a chair, right? Okay. A black chick in New York, are they gonna run up the same way at a white cop and put hands on him like they would do a black cop?
I haven't seen it, no, but I've known them to be very like aggressive with females themselves and with men. I've seen women slap up and all of that.
Have you ever seen a black New York chick run up and put hands on a white New York cop?
I have not. No, I have not.
Every time you see a black New York chick put hands on a cop, he's gonna be black, won't he? Or at the very least Puerto Rican, right?
Maybe, but like I said, I've seen them hit because I'm in a mostly black community, black and Latin community. So I've seen them hit, and Asian. I've seen them hit Asian men. I've seen them hit, Latinos, and I've seen them hit black. I've never seen them hit no white cop, but I don't know.
White cops don't patrol the neighborhoods.
They are, but they're not like. They're like in the more like the gentrified areas. Like
so, white cops don't patrol the neighborhoods.
They do, but it's more gentrified, meaning like where they were patrolled. They were patrolled like the train
I'm gonna ask this question, Kareem.
Subway station, not the neighborhood.
Kareem, I'm gonna ask you this question: do they show more respect to the white cops than the black male cops?
I don't think so. I think they're disrespectful to everybody. To be honest, I think they are. They're very nasty. The cops all around here.
Okay, well then, the thing is, I don't know why they get shocked when they put, while black women especially get shocked when they get when they put hands on people, people put hands on them back.
Because I've seen there's an incident. This is
I know why they think that,
2020.
but
There's an
Yeah,
incident in
hold your water.
2020 on the subway where a young girl, black girl, she was beaten up by a white cop. She was fighting back, but I didn't see her hit him. All they saw in the video was the cop beating her up, but that could, they have a lot of propaganda thing. I didn't see her hitting him back, but according to him,
Hold on. Let me finish.
So I don't know if that's true. You could Google it. So it's there. It's not me just making it up and lying. You could Google it. It was in 2020 on the subway. A young female, I think she was 19, 20, and they had a white cop arresting her. According to the cop, she struck first. But in the video, you don't see the girl hitting him. You only see the cop being very aggressive, putting her down on the subway platform and, roughing her up. But you don't see her hitting him. But he said that the cop said she started it. She was resisting arrest. So I don't know.
Sooner or later, this is coming. I see it coming especially with the younger boys, right? Okay, Negroes are getting tired of women putting hands on them like that. Yep. They really are, and I don't blame them because I never let women put hands on me like that. I said sooner or later, I don't care. You East Coast dudes, okay, sitting around taking that kind of stuff. Sooner or later, them boys gonna get tired of them women putting hands on them because they don't know when to stop.
They don't take it. They be hitting them back. They don't take it in New York. Listen.
Yeah. Every time I see it, you get your hands on a woman. What you doing?
Hold that thought.
Maybe that's for the video.
Louis Collier.
Maybe that's for the video.
Collier. Shout out to Louis Collier for the $50 super chat. KS said winter is here. Nope, it's an ice age. No love.
Yeah, but hold on. I'm gonna have to come up on my computer, but before I got cut off, like I was saying, it's only about when you take out the military and non-ADOs, black folks, it's only like in my estimation 600,000, if that, black non-ADOs or ADOs, black men that have passports. And those, and we know that a lot of those don't even travel. So my point is, there's a lot of opportunity for growth, and nobody's looking for. Even imagine if 10% of black men had a passport. The problem with that is that's going to be 10% of a targeted demographic of black men. Like, because traveling consistently costs money, or you have to have certain jobs in order to do it. So it doesn't take a lot.
A lot of jobs are going to be online and gig. Okay, there's a lot of guys because a lot of the in-house, in-office jobs are going away because they're too expensive. I have a lot of guys. There are already a lot of guys that are programmers that are work remotely already. All they have to do is move.
I work remote.
Also, we have GitHub.
One time.
Also, we have GitHub, which we can merge and whatever changes we make to the code base in there and merge whatever we need to merge.
Yeah, I mean the thing is this
there's
is
no
all
need for
this.
office. Go ahead.
All this stuff is going to accelerate. Okay, it's just starting. Okay, that's the problem. And black women know it's just starting. It's just starting. The thing is, the government knows it's just starting. In fact, there's certain countries in Europe, they're trying to ban foreign wives because the white guys are leaving. Okay, it ain't just the black guys. Don't be surprised that the white women are going to be going on white passport bros the same way the black ones are.
Yeah, did you see that white guy with the African chick? Said I went over there. I don't blame him, and I'm not mad at him.
Austin had like 4 white guys on his stream. It's bigger than that. People, I want black people to think bigger instead of this little bitty cubicle, right? That's what's wrong with FD Signifier. He thinks in this little bitty tiny box, okay? And it's bigger than that. That's what I'm getting frustrated about academics, man. They stay in these little bitty tiny boxes. The thing is, if you're gonna go on a public platform like YouTube or Twitter or something like that, okay, you're gonna get exposed, okay? Your little niche thing where you can say stuff amongst each other or at your conferences or at your talks, right? That stuff is gonna explode. And what you think what you thought is peer review because a lot of your peers are afraid to actually chastise you because they're afraid of losing their jobs. People like me don't care. I don't care. I can question you. I can go after you. What you gonna do to me? I'm not one of you. I'm not an academic. What you gonna do? All you gonna have is this and this work. But it's the same thing with remote work. This stuff is just getting started. I've been warning women about this Me and Charlie from 2016 on warned women about this day was coming. Right? Get prepared. Get yourself right. Change your attitudes. Learn how to compete for your men. Because how long I've been talking about chairs? Finding a chair before the music stops. About 6 years.
5
Okay.
years, 5.5.
Yeah. Well, I've been saying this for a long time. You got to find you a chair. I've been telling black women because that's what Dennis was saying. I love you, but the thing is, you got to have to learn how to compete for your men because this
Yeah, I
is
gotta
going to be a
give it
level
to Dennis.
playing
He
field.
went in. I was like, damn.
Yeah, he did. This is a level playing field, right? You got Asian, white, and Latino. Forget the white girls, okay? Forget the white girls. The Latinas are going to take the brothers from the bottom. So the brothers that you think are dusty, okay? All right, the Latina says, "Come on, Poppy, I know you dusty. I'm gonna clean you up, okay? And I'm
Yep.
gonna work with you." I seen that. My son is a witness, right? Come on, Poppy, we can work together. So you think that you have this big old captive audience, a captive group of guys? That shit's over, right? And on East Coast, you got a different kind of Latina, right? Wait till these Central American and Latin American and Mexican Latina start sweeping across the country. This is gonna be a new day. And trust and believe, the Puerto
We
Rican.
have them. We
And
have
and
them.
BGS, you know what's so
Remember,
funny?
they shipped a whole bunch of Central Americans to us. Remember, we got a
Yeah,
whole bunch of Central
And
Americans.
Kareem,
and B,
California is a majority Latino state, right?
yeah, it is.
Majority, okay,
Right.
majority Latino state, okay. You have a half a billion Latinos that are in Mexico, well, not in Mexico, Central and South America, right? You have
Mhm.
150 million Mexicans in Mexico, right?
Mhm.
So you get immigrants coming over, they start washing over. They don't think like the islanders think, okay?
I know.
They
I
don't.
know. I know.
See,
I know. We got
them Latinos go.
the Guatemalans
You,
and the what
you,
they
you,
call them Ecuadorians and all these stuff coming here now. So
you ain't seen it yet, baby. I'm telling you, you ain't seen it yet. Wait, you'll wait and
You know,
see.
BGS, here's the funny thing about it too.
Hmm.
When they see they so-called bottom of the barrel Latinas that might be overweight, they just give it a black man and see how they lose the weight and become the top dons because of a black man. Yeah, black women gonna be pissed. He's like, yep.
All they do is come in, come in. You go out and work, and they're old fashioned, man. They are,
Mm-hmm.
There's one
And
thing I
then
like about
it's
Latina women, especially from Central and in South America, right? If you walk in the house, there's always food. There's never no food on the stove, right? It's not one of those things I gotta wait. There's a certain time for dinner. When you walk in, there's food already.
Facts.
you
I'm
know
in
what's funny?
Texas. I'm in
You see
Texas, and
um
hold
you
on.
see,
I'm in Texas, and then a
Okay.
lot of my Mexican homeboys, I used to kick it at their house.
Uh,
Always had a plate ready. Always had a plate when I was at their house.
yeah,
Oh, mom always cooking me some shit. I'm like, damn, I don't even live here. I'm always got a plate.
yeah, yeah. So
and
there's food always ready. Go ahead.
you
Go
know
ahead.
what's funny about BGS? You know, you've seen the video. I think the Pimple Lesson they try to talk about that art teacher, right?
Hmm.
I'm like, yo, they're trying to sneak this
what?
this this
Oh, with
lady right
the
here
teacher, I saw that.
All
They
right.
was
and he
hating
Wait,
on
tried to
okay.
her.
What thing is you can't promote? What I really think they're upset about is you can't promote
They was hating on that
put this
girl.
stuff on Instagram and stuff like that. That's
They
what they're
was
really
hating on
upset
her.
No,
about.
fuck
She
that
was a
bitch.
dress. She was a dress sad.
You trying to be an IG model. Okay,
Yeah,
it is
and
what it
then
is.
she sat there and tried to blame black men for that shit. And I'm no, fuck
she
that
didn't
bitch.
say
Then
black
she
men. She
fired.
just said
She
men.
didn't
Well,
blame
well,
black men.
whatever. You know what it
It was
One
the
is.
time.
women. It was the
Uh,
women who was hating on her because literally
But
she had like a
but
skirt
yeah,
that
it
was
was the
hold on,
going to
woman
hold
the
on.
at the
ground.
school.
Y'all got
Yeah.
down.
Yeah, it was the
Go ahead,
women
finish
at the
Kareem.
school that wanted her fired and
Yeah,
everything.
I don't
And
think
men
it was
don't
the
lie as
men.
usual.
Hold
You know,
on, hold
Yeah,
on,
I
one at
can
a
talk at
time.
one
Yeah,
time,
no,
y'all.
Mel, I was saying
let
I
me go.
don't.
Let me go, Kareem. Let me go,
Let
Kareem.
Okay.
go ahead.
Let
Who's
Kareem
first?
go, then Mel next.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right, Mel. I was saying it wasn't the men to me that was blaming her. It was the jealous moms and haters because literally the lady had a dress skirt long down to the ground. She just had a cute shape. When you have a shape like that, when you have hips and butt, no matter what you wear, it's gonna be shown. So
And
maybe she could have. What do they want to wear a paper bag over? She wasn't wearing anything that wasn't to me. That like her belly wasn't out, everything was covered. She just had a great shape, and they was hating on her.
exactly. And the type of man that was, talking shit about her, we know is usually the dudes that's hating that's trying to fuck her. She turned him down. So of course they're gonna talk all the shit about her and everything for real. So it's like, so of course it's gonna
I
be
hear
more.
all that. I hear all that. I'm talking about what she said. She said it with the men. So I
That's
agree
the
with
men
what y'all
she's talking
saying.
about. That's the men she's talking about.
Well, no, the thing she got to blame the men because guess who's really gonna pay her if she's gonna actually explode? It's gonna be the women. It won't be the men.
Nah, I don't think so.
Yeah, so at the end of the day, I mean, the thing about Pink Book had a thing on that. I mean, at the end of the day, man, folks want to do what they want to do. That's all fine until you ain't getting your shit subsidized because the market goes somewhere, and it's time for the sexual marketplace to go the same way that the manufacturing base went. That's how it's time. It's time to play that game. And motherfuckers know this shit like that is how I know people know what they're doing. And that's what really pisses me off. They want to play like they don't know while they do the deposits of the bullshit. And then when motherfuckers say, okay, cool, that's what y'all want to do, y'all can have it. And like I said, even the dudes are on some shit. And the BGS, you're absolutely right when you said this because eventually the market's going to dry up to the point where that's that dishwasher bullshit. Where niggas are being subsidized. That's a big reason why a lot of niggas didn't want Roe v. Wade to be turned over. They want to be able to thought out here like these bitches do, or be able to play the masculine magic bullshit. So at the end of the day, I'm like, yo, this is how y'all want to run. Let's let it play out. No, man, you need to do this in self-improvement snake oil. Oh, last thing I gotta say, there's not a goddamn thing any of these motherfuckers outside of maybe a couple of dudes that I like and that are good. Shout out to ARC, Ron Wills. But I even put Ron Wills in this camp as far as BGS camp. It ain't most of these dating coaches. I'll even give Glenn Cameron his credit because he be saying some unique shit. Most of these dating coaches are not saying nothing. You can't just ask BGS for free. Y'all niggas are paying these dumbass dudes like $500 or $200 for an hour of advice when y'all motherfuckers just come up, start talking, say old ass nigga, talk shit about BGS. He'll answer most of your damn questions for free. That's the or get cousin T-Taw to do it if you need somebody this or shit. Get these like we have people over here. They're charging for what we give for free. That's the biggest thing I've always had a problem with when they use that manhood, self-improvement, that life coach bullshit. It's like nigga, y'all not saying nothing that ain't nobody in this space don't have the actual lived experience to really speak on.
Yep.
That's what I thought. You know what? That's why one thing I give credit for ALC what he was saying. If it was up to him, he actually made these. I'm putting in quotations. Most of these dating coaches get certifications and stuff like that because there's so many dating coaches out there now that think they so much experts. It's got so infatuated. It's like, damn. It's like no wonder dudes got to do so much.
To Ed's
Everybody
point,
think they so much an expert, and it's like the main thing about getting better in the dating market is self-improvement. And
to Ed's point, Mel, why would I pay any of these so-called dating coaches when I can just go ask BGS or talk to Rom or cousin T-Taw when they come on?
Another thing is, notice when they talk about self-improvement, they don't say how. You notice that they just speak self-improvement as this. I'm not about to, even Alpha Male Strategies when he was talking about find your purpose. That's not unique to him. He copied that from us. Like he got that from over.
That's a copy from everybody,
like,
man.
We know that. Like even when he was on
ALC shot.
Hold on. Even
exposed him so much.
Yeah. Even when he was like the recent thing he said on Austin's panel is he said that you gotta be, check this out, BGS, that you gotta be willing to leave the bitch if the bitch ain't gonna be on your program. That's part of that's what being alpha is.
Yeah, I wonder where I heard that before.
That's what being alpha is. And I was like, you lucky Austin did you a real solid by unlisting that video. I downloaded it, I got it. And
you know what's so funny about it? I heard
one time, y'all.
You wanna know what's so funny? I heard him in a video before about how if a woman flakes on you, then you need to call her next day just to check up on her. I'm like, what? Why are you calling her if she flaked on you? Like she should be calling you. Like you chasing after her still.
That's alpha,
like what type of advice is this? This is alpha male strategy, and then telling niggas to lie to bitches and all that shit. I'm like,
I think I'm a little weirded out by alpha male strategies because he just country as hell, and it's kind of like remind me of some of my relatives. Well, you gotta go lie to a bitch. You gotta lie to a bitch. But nah, I'm really looking at it like dating strategies. Maybe I should come out with my series. I'm gonna go from like YouTuber to dating coach. Look, what you need to do is just be a sorry ass nigga. You get all the pussy you want. Man, fuck your job and fuck that hoe. But anyway, who's next?
You got dudes, too many dudes online telling about, yo, you need to be friends with a woman for 90 days. Then you try to wait for her to smash you and all that shit. I'm like, what? I ain't fucking spending 90 days with a chick to wait for her to smash me. No, like, that's too much time I'm wasting. Like, shit. So I tell her within the first 3 days. Well, she already knows within the first 10 minutes she wants to kill me. So why the fuck I'm going to wait 90 days? That's some Steve Harvey bullshit. That's the dumbest advice I ever heard from other dudes out there. Like, shit. Man,
it is what it is.
I have a funny thing. I'm not. I know y'all talking about the dating. I'm gonna come off so y'all can talk about your dating thing. But
well, stay your behind right here. You ain't stay your behind right there.
Okay.
Don't run for the hills now.
Don't run. No, don't run. I know what you're trying to do.
Don't
run. No, don't play me.
Y'all
don't run.
Star Wars. I know y'all Star Wars fan, but
nah. Don't run. I know you're trying to run.
Stop. I'm just gonna ask y'all about Biden. Did
y'all Kareem, he's about to use the force.
What about Biden?
Did you see the red? What was they doing with the red background and looking like? I was like, what's going on? Who's doing? What's going on with that?
Dark Brandon shit. It
was crazy. I was like, nah.
I don't look at the spoofs. I don't really follow Biden that much,
He did a speech, and the background was like all red, looking like Star Wars, like Palpatine. I was like, I don't know why they did that. That was really
that's
scary.
Their so-called Darth Brandon campaign.
Oh,
I watched the speech.
Yeah, it's a spoof. Yeah.
I watched the speech. I'm like, all right, so what are we doing here? Like, are we giving up for war? Like, what the fuck is up with this military in the background?
You've been at war for a long time, and this is the end game. I mean, you guys don't listen to me. I told you, buckle up. This is the end game coming up. Okay, this is the opening salvo of the end game, and they're making it very plain. Okay, that's why I've done 2 behind the walls. They know what they're doing, and this stuff has been gearing up since 1995. So we're coming to the end of a very long shadow war that's been going on for like 25 years, 27 years, and it's coming it's coming to a head. That's all it is. It's all coming to a head. They're not even hiding.
I see it. I was so scared when I saw that. I was like, oh my God. It was so plain to me when I saw the black. I was like, wait, this is Star Wars. I was like,
I mean, okay, that's how come I really don't get into domestic politics, and I really don't like to talk about it, especially with people that are not really into this kind of stuff, right? If they're willing to let Europe go cold, okay? They're willing to let Europe go cold and people starve to death and freeze to death in Europe over this. There has to be something to it, right? They're not just doing this just to be doing it. Absolutely. Why do you think they're doing this? Nobody talks about it. All the Star Wars and themes and all that kind of stuff, that is minute, okay? They're shutting off oil and gas to Europe before the winter, okay? This is serious. This is serious. They took $1 trillion from Russia. They just stole $1 trillion from Russia in the banking sector. The thing is that they're gearing up for this kind of stuff. There's a reason they're doing. They shipped Pelosi to Taiwan. They could have started a war. Why are they doing this? This is way more serious than just Biden looking something and giving a speech. Okay, Biden is not going to tip his hand. Biden is not going to give a speech and tip his hand about what he's really doing. That stuff is apparent. Why, are you willing to really ready to let Europe starve to death over the next year and a half? Is that what you're about? You're willing to let Germany industry, which actually is the engine of the whole EU, fall to the wayside? Why are you doing this? Nobody asked that question. I've been trying to. I've been trying to put black people on game about this stuff. This is really a worldwide crisis, and nobody's taking this shit seriously. They're talking about food shortages. Food shortages coming up. Next year, you got half of the United States turning into a freaking desert, but nobody. We want to talk about Biden and liberalism. Really, is that what we're doing now? Okay, so but
how black people. You know how black people are. Some got to bite them in the ass for them to say, "Oh, what's up? What's going on?"
God damn it! I mean, look at your food prices, man. You got damn near 50, 60, 70% inflation just in food prices when you go to the goddamn grocery store. What does it take to have you biting your ass? You got basically you have a rental crisis where you're ready to put out what 2-3 million people out into the street. I mean, how bad does it have to get?
Look,
How
if you
bad
ain't
do
making
you have to get before you guys wake up? So that's
They
like
too
I
busy
don't see it that much
watching.
anymore.
They too busy watching MSNBC and CNN and listening to shit like that, worrying about the dude that ain't even fucking president no more. And they done raided his home in Mar. I'm like, dude, he ain't even the fucking president. Can you pay the fuck attention to what is going on? Like, yeah, like you said, BGS, you got food shortages. They complaining about the gas. They complaining about the food. I said, well, if you would pay attention and see what the fuck is really going on, then all that other shit is a distraction from what you need to be paying attention to.
That's why I get tired of even talking about that. A Biden speech doesn't really matter to me, man. How come you just spend they just piled in $100 billion into the Ukraine war, something they really doesn't have any business being in because they're not part of NATO. They're not allies to us any kind of way. But America just put in $70 billion into the Ukraine war. You guys aren't paying attention to that. Why are they doing this kind of stuff? Especially after you spent like almost $10-12 trillion under COVID. Okay, and you need to get people back on their feet. You need to house people, but this is what you're doing. Okay, I mean, what I'm saying is, if the stuff that is going around this kind of stuff, or the bread and what it called bread and butter really subjects that is not bothering you, I don't know what to say. We're raising interest rates while you already have food inflation to control inflation. All that's going to do is put people out of work. Rent is sky high because I told people at the beginning of the year. Well, last year they're taking the housing crisis is going to get worse because they need to save the banks. They're taking all these homes off the market. What do you think they're going to do? Is going to put people out of work, people out of their homes.
Yeah,
But the thing is, at this point, I'm getting tired of actually talking about it because nobody's paying attention. We want to talk about other bullshit, but it's okay. It's okay.
No, BJ, I want to mention about the Bank of America.
No, they'll come.
Hold on, one at a time. Go ahead, Mel.
I was just saying, what Bank of America did with giving blacks and Hispanics loans for first-time home buyers, 0 interest. I'm kind of like side-eyed with that because I think I read someone post a comment online. Yeah, they're giving out that money to us, but they'll put us in the lowest fucked up areas.
Man, I don't believe that
homes and shit like that. So it's like.
But the thing is, at some point they're going to get out and have to get out in front of this crisis because at some point all American people are going to throw their hands up and say, you know what, fuck this. Instead of being up all this stress, I'll just go sleep in my goddamn car and forget about it and let the world fall apart. At some point they're going to do that. They're pretty close to doing that now. But anyway, what I'm saying is, I didn't see Biden's speech. I don't follow all his speeches. I follow certain things that when he talks about things that I think are important, right? Has he talked about the housing crisis? Okay, I knew the fuel was going to correct itself because I knew the fractures are actually going to come back online and dry the fuel down. Otherwise, your economy was actually going to come to a stop. The economy was getting ready to crash because the truckers said, "Fuck it, I can't deliver anything because it's costing too much." To prevent that, you're going to have to bring the price of diesel down. If you don't, guess what? Truckers are going to say, "Forget it." Have the army come in and deliver the goods. Okay, they can't do that.
BGS, during the height of gas inflation, to fill up a Ford 350, it was fucking $500.
I believe it.
I believe crying.
Yeah, but they're not the important people. The people are the over the road truckers. They have to take the stuff from the docks or wherever it's from and deliver it to the warehouses and then the warehouses to the stores. Okay, if those people stop running, your economy will shut down.
Well, I think at the end of the day, I think what drives a lot of what Democrats are doing is election shit. Like, they know it has to be done, but it's like, okay, we'll get to this once we secure this, because they're trying they trying to minimize the inevitable blow, and then the Republicans ain't incentivized because they like the worse it is. I'm talking about most of the politicians. We know there's the elder folks that really, really know, but we talk about the worse it is for the Dems. So they not going.
At this point, with the stuff that they're doing,
sooner or later they're gonna have to address the clusterfuck.
What the stuff that they're doing is bigger than just that, bigger than one election. Okay, you're talking. But anyway, you guys will find out. It's okay.
No, I mean, I see it too, BGS. I mean, I look at
I've been telling you guys behind the scenes for how many months?
Yeah, I mean, shit. I'm
All
in
year?
position. Shit, I'm not
BGS,
gonna be. I'm
these
be
women,
just
these
One
women,
time.
these women, they're not gonna be able to worry about their corporate jobs when all these dudes ain't
Man,
working these
women.
HVAC positions and shit.
He talking about everybody.
I'm telling guys, especially men. Okay,
I know.
you know,
I said
it's,
HVAC from the other side for men.
I know what HVAC is. Anywhere you can actually find a career, find it. Right. My thing is forget the women. Right. The women are controlled by the environment. Why do you think the purple pill space is growing so fast? These women have to get gamed up and get gamed up fast. If they don't, they're gonna get left. Right. So the vest. I was telling the vest, baby, you don't matter no more. Okay. If you don't get in line, just stand on the sidelines and go sleep in your car, whatever you need to do. Right? You don't matter no more. There's too many women that need a chair, right? Of all colors, right? If you don't get it out and compete for that chair, guess what? You're not gonna get one. So
That's
you
what
don't
BTS.
all that crap that you talking. I don't need no man. We gonna get rid of you, Dusty. It's fine. Okay, baby. Guess what, baby? You go do you. Okay.
Well, guess what, BGS?
Uh-huh.
It's when a chick lives in her car, it's an adventure.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Especially when she has to go house to house. Decorating houses. Okay.
Oh, they gonna know what time it is when they gotta sit here and fuck niggas, fuck dudes that make them want to throw up. That's when they gonna understand it. Oh shit.
The thing is when the housing crisis really hits, and Korean can tell it's already happened in New York, but the prostitution level is off the chain in New York. They don't tell you that. Okay.
Oh, well.
It is so bad in New York that it's
They
so bad in
legalized it. They actually legalized it because it's so bad.
it's so
you
bad.
decriminalized it.
With this decriminalizing is
It's
the same
legalized.
thing as legalizing.
It's pretty much the same thing.
It's pretty much the same thing. It's so bad in New York, right? How come you don't hear guys complaining about New York women no more? Because they don't matter. They don't matter. Okay, I need to fix. I need to fix. I got high price, mid price, and low price. That's where do I want to go to get it. Okay, and the rent and basically to save the bank, the rents in New York are still sky high, right? When nobody can afford it. What do you think they're gonna do? Have you heard New York men complain about their women lately?
Nope.
There's a
I'm
reason.
coming to North Carolina, and I'm coming to North Carolina.
They not. No, I'm gonna keep it real with y'all. They not gonna keep. Like, I will say this: motherfuckers are already getting piping hot because of people been doing it because of COVID. A lot of folks been coming to New York. They be like, "No, y'all better keep going to Florida." Because it's starting to really affect. It's starting to really because they're not building fast enough because of the shortages and stuff, because of the lumber and all that bullshit. So
yeah,
they said themselves, in order to live in New York, you have to make a minimum of $150,000 a year. And they got HP, the HPD, like the Section 8 subsidy. There's a website on there when they building all these new affordable housing. They got affordable housing for studios for $3,000 on an affordable housing website.
And it's so tiny. They look like fucking. They're so like they don't even have closets. It's so bad. It's just horrible.
If that is a subsidy, for the Section 8 HPD. Imagine how much the actual apartment costs. They should
have took that deal, man. The New Yorkers should have took that deal. If you move out of New York with you're on some kind of assistance, right? Move to a lower cost state. Well, actually keep your funds coming. Should have took that deal.
Yeah, they're not gonna let motherfuckers just keep
one time.
It ain't gonna be like California.
Yeah. Well, a lot of Californians moved to Mexico to remote work.
Yeah, I saw that. That was a good one.
Just as long as they stop coming to fucking check.
One at a time.
Just as long as they stop coming. Just as long as they stop coming to fucking Texas, because I'm tired of seeing new motherfuckers here. I'm like, dude, man, go back to your state where you fucked it up.
I don't think that's going to stop.
Your state, Texas.
Texas is trying to attract them to come in.
Exactly.
Especially techies. Lewis Ross was just moved to Texas.
Texas got that oil money and shit. It's got all that open real estate, bro. That Texas was never really fully industrialized because the population was never really there. in terms of real estate, not like California and New York.
They're trying to make Texas a technology state, so they're actually bringing people in.
And BGS,
bring the
BGS, like
tech,
this. My mom,
Hold on.
Y'all. The good grief, y'all. Stop being excited. Jesus Christ.
Come on, stop lying.
I'm just trying to. I barely spoke, man. I'm just trying to say a little something. Come on, man.
Just stop speaking at one time. Wait your turn. Okay. Let Charles. Say I'm going to get in after a person instead of Charles. You're trying to speak at once.
Who's first?
Who's first?
I'll go real quick.
Who's after him?
I just wanted to say.
Who's after him?
Go ahead, brother.
You're after him then. Okay. Thank you.
All right. Like I was just saying, I was just like, no, but I'm like, God damn, I don't mind the tech, but it's just like everybody want to come here. Like they done already fucked up Austin. We done got a bunch of California because they keep moving to Austin, like with that whole defund the police shit, and then they defunded their police in Austin, and crime went up 400%. I'm like, and you're surprised? Why?
So remember in how long you been living in Texas?
Oh, my whole life.
Remember with South by Southwest in 1998 when it first started? What do you think that was about? What do you think that was about?
Getting those techies out.
Hold on. Stop kicking the chair. What do you think that was about?
I wouldn't know.
To attract techie people to where? Austin. They're getting what they wanted. This is intentional. That's why I called it an Emerald City. I knew that back in the 90s. I know what they're getting ready to do. They're trying to get all these techie people come from California and in New York to come down to Austin. Okay, they succeeded.
Yeah,
that's what you got.
You're the only space.
Go ahead, talk over me. Go ahead and talk over me. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, look, that's the only space that has the available infrastructure and economy to fund that technology and fund all that high power shit. California ain't got all that free infrastructure like that.
It's not true, but it's not true. But
I'm gonna just say something about the talking over people. You were so focused on trying to get a word that you didn't even understand and comprehend what BGS just said. Y'all gotta calm down, man. I know everybody's excited, nice conversation, but when you play the recording, it's gonna sound like a jumbled piece of shit. So who's next?
Pookie's next, okay? I think I answered the question. Well, go ahead. Pookie's next.
I was saying, like, California does have the infrastructure, but I think it's not really free like that due to the amount of people that live here and the lack of real estate due to overpopulation. We got the space, we got the real estate, but the population, how the infrastructure set up, it's not right in the position like how Austin is with all that oil money and stuff like that. Because you see the problems that China had funding all that high power and all that electricity. That wouldn't you say that costs a lot of money? Don't you need a lot of real estate to allow these dudes to work with all that, irradiated technology and stuff like that and generate all that electricity? You need you need a free open industry that you can pull that fundage from if you're talking statewide?
Well, China has a different problem. China's got to fund jobs for 1.4 billion people, which is 5 times our population. So they have a different problem than the United States does, right? Austin, there's a lot of emerald cities all fighting for the same thing. Raleigh's fighting for the same people. Charlotte's fighting for the same people. Pittsburgh's fighting for the same people. We got Indiana fighting for the same people. You got Nashville, Tennessee fighting for the same people. Can you attract these people? Can you give these people the deals that they want? Okay. Can you give them the kind of lifestyle that they want? Austin's been working at this for the past 25 years, so they're getting what they want. The thing is, it's like California. Once you gentrify a certain area, where you put the people that used to live there. That's what Mexico's going through right now. That's why I played that Mexican thing, right? From Johnny Mueller, right? When you actually open up open up remote work, and these techies go down to Mexico doing the exact same thing. It gentrifies their neighborhoods. So all the people that used to live there, could afford to live there, get pushed out. Why do you think New York actually told Amazon to go take a hike, not come here, not put your headquarters here? Because people said, well, it would have brought in jobs and money, but also would have gentrified the whole area. Then where all the New Yorkers that can't go anyplace else, where are they going to go? Are you going to fund other places in New York State for these people to go, or New Jersey for these people to go? Because you know, there's a lot of New Yorkers that do not make $50,000 a year. Okay, as quiet as it's kept, they lived in subsidized housing, and where they were actually going to put their headquarters was right in the middle of a big old housing project, right?
So
They had to
like block
move all
it.
that kind of
They just
stuff.
gonna tear it up.
Right in the middle of Queens is not a rich area, right? It's right across from Manhattan, but
Nope.
it's not really rich. There's a whole lot of subsidized housing in Queens. What's going to happen when they put Amazon's headquarters, HQ, right in the middle of it? You know, that's right. Come
Going to the
AOC said
people move.
that's
And
you're gonna
no,
have it's gonna have a whole lot. There's gonna be you're gonna have to bring in police. You got to over police the area. And then you're gonna a whole lot of people with money gonna come in trying to gentrify already gentrified area. There's gonna be a whole lot of mess. That's how they say go someplace else.
the only little area that sort of looks similar to almost luxury is Long Island City, and that's a small area. And they already building luxury affordable housing units over there as we speak and stuff like that. So despite they got rid of the Amazon building, they still building it up. So it's still gonna be gentrified no matter what. I mean, if you see how Harlem is now and everything, I mean, ways more diverse now and everything. You like what the hell? You almost look similar to the Village in the way, yeah, Miss Manhattan.
Sooner or later, it's gonna have to come. The people are gonna have to come up against the banks. Okay.
Yeah.
A lot of those units are empty. Okay, without people. Well, you know, and nobody's stepping in to do something about it. So eventually, what's gonna happen? People gonna get smarter. I've been telling people in New York, just leave, man. It's not gonna get no better. Louis Rossman has been there his whole life, had a business there for like 13, 14 years, right? He said, you know what, I can't do this no more. He left.
My auntie making she making $150,000 and she living in a fucking apartment. I'm fucking losing my mind, BGS. Honestly, she's commuting from Connecticut to New York and she can always still afford to live in an apartment. Still ain't got no house out there. Still ain't got none of that. Living in a
where does she work? Where does she work?
Connecticut? Yeah.
Where does she work?
Yeah.
She's in the corporate office, so she's one of those commuters and stuff like that.
Is she's in a corporate office in Connecticut or New York?
Connecticut. She commutes.
Where's the office? Where's the office?
I don't know specifically where upstate in Connecticut and stuff like that, but I know.
And what I'm saying is where she works in Connecticut or is it in New York?
It's in Connecticut. She works in Connecticut, but she lives in New York.
Why does she live in New York?
She lives in New York because she says she's lived there for most of her life, and that's where her family. Her family comes from the island. Her family.
Why does her whole family move out of New York?
Oh, because they want to stay close to the Bahamas and stuff like that. They want to stay close to the islands and stuff like that because that's where the grandparents and stuff is going to do their retirement. They're going to go back to the islands because they still have family. They got family on the islands and stuff like that.
Shut up and deal with it then. I don't have no sympathy for you.
Well, just move to Florida then.
So what?
Move to
No,
she move to Florida.
She could move to Connecticut where it's cheaper.
Yeah.
Connecticut, New Jersey. I mean,
yeah. That's weird.
I don't know why she does. I don't know why she did have both ways to the point where she has to take a hotel out there.
You working bad, man. you must really want to talk. You working bad. But the thing is
so sorry.
Go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead, Green.
I was saying Connecticut is so close to New York. It's literally you could take a Metro North. I mean, a train system. So she could live in Connecticut. She doesn't need to stay in New York. She could buy a nice house in Connecticut and come visit her family whenever. That's so stupid.
And just like we were saying, like if it's becoming remote work, she won't even have to travel. She can just work from home now. Job would definitely start doing remote work. If it's office work, yes.
And Louis Scott, you want to get into conversation?
Go ahead.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I was going to address the thing with the food situation. I'm a manager at a supermarket. As a matter of fact, I'm at work right now. By fall time, like with supermarkets, Thanksgiving is the busiest time for the supermarkets, and all the warehouses are trying to store as much food for the Thanksgiving holiday. But the way it's looking, and I've been privy to meetings, people are expecting civil unrest before Easter because the economy is getting bad, and a lot of these owners of these major supermarkets are in direct conversations with people in the government Like, I don't know. Well, I know BGS probably know. A couple days ago, a couple more food processing warehouses caught on fire. And with everything going in the Midwest, that's where everything is harvested and all the livestock is raised at. And the product you have on the shelves were processed a year or two prior. So next year, with all the wheat and everything, that's like, because Ukraine and Russia produce most of the wheat. And when they process that wheat, that stuff doesn't get on, you don't see that on the shelves till like a year later. So we're going through product from 2 years prior. So next year is going to be horrible. And if you got the expendable income, you better get guns and you better rack up on food right now. Because everybody right now, I work in Newark, New Jersey. We got shortages on meat. People are making runs at secondary protein sources like canned meat, dry beans, and all that, because one, the meat is jacked up in price and there's shortages on a lot of categories. And with inflation in my store, the stuff went up like 20-30% on certain items. So if anybody got any questions, I ask it, and thank you for having me on.
They've already announced it, man, because the thing is, you have what you have is a water shortage where the cattle is, right? So your producer will have to slaughter the cattle early instead of waiting for them to mature. There's going to be a shortage of meat next year.
Because the harvest is off, isn't it? Because the harvest is any.
The thing is, it's you live in a big old global infrastructure, right? Where food comes from every place, not from one place, from different countries, from different states that have to be transported, right? So you have if you have your major growing regions, really, believe it or not, are actually west of the Mississippi. Okay, and California is your biggest food producing state. What happens when it runs out of water? What's going to happen to everybody else? So basically, if I was to guess about the food production houses, right, it's for the insurance, right? Do it now, because instead of waiting for the food to kind of the food chain to actually split up and dry up, get your insurance money now and get out.
And the best way I could explain this, sorry, BGS, if you go in a supermarket right now and you go to your frozen food aisle,
right,
the frozen vegetables right there were harvested and processed 2 years, well, a year and a half to 2 years ago. When you see your canned vegetables and your frozen food vegetables.
Right.
So by summertime, or probably by next fall, you're going to see an extreme shortage on frozen vegetables. And
you still there? Okay. Is it me?
I think he cut out. Yeah, he cut out.
Okay.
He's cut out.
He's selling too much.
What I'm saying is a lot of stuff is coming, man. A lot of stuff is coming, and then we're trying to warn people, but people want to listen. That's why I say the guys, even now, I'm sure guys are trying to turn down women because women are trying to find a place to go.
Oh yeah, because they getting more. I told you, BJ, that you were right, man. They getting fucking more desperate and desperate as the moment comes. Like the chicks is hitting back in the DMs. The chicks from high school is DMing back, is seeing how niggas is doing. They following, they liking on pages. Chicks from my old college programs and stuff. Like some of my old TAs and shit checking in on me. It's culminating. It really is, and I see the writing on the wall with all these pauses and injunctions and the food production and stuff like that.
Hey, baby. They be like, hey, baby, did you finally find that lotion bottle?
Nah, Charles, that's bullshit, because that's a trap, man. I've been training. I've been conditioning my parliamentary. I've been fighting like a motherfucker. So I'm getting out this shit, bro. I got to get out the country. This shit weird, bro. Everybody, the women are weird. They trying to be on some man masculine shit, wearing pantsuits and denim jeans, and now they trying to punk the men and shit. I'm like, this is like a circus clown society, BGS, like for real. Like,
it's a circus clown society now, but it's gonna get worse. Wait till it becomes a tragedy. Okay.
Nigga, it ain't already that. I mean, shit. This is
no. Okay, no. Oh, hell no. Okay, not even close. Oh, these are the good times right now.
Yeah. What's about to happen is going to be serious. You're going to see men and women prostituting themselves when people are hungry, I'm telling you right now, it's gonna get bad.
Yep, it's just starting, man. And then whatever reason that they're doing this kind of stuff, man, they're not backing down. I thought they would have backed down by now, but they're not backing down. So we're headed right into the wall. So it seems.
Hey, BGS, I got a question.
And you can't tell Negroes nothing.
Have you heard about BlackRock going bankrupt?
Yeah. Well, yeah. At some point, well, they were hoping that the Fed would stop tightening, right, raising interest rates, but so they thought that they would catch the middle, catch the squeeze. But the thing is, at some point, if the Fed doesn't stop raising interest rates, they can't hold on to these properties with nobody in it.
I gotta say this one thing.
Go ahead.
I gotta say this one thing. Hit the Cash App, hit the Super Chat, hit a goddamn like.
Yeah, because I ain't supposed to be saying it's an open air. So yeah, do
I'm not
something.
supposed
Yeah,
to
you talking about the crumbling? You talking about the crumbling of fucking wall?
Pookie, hold on. Okay. I know you're excited, but hold on, okay? What I'm saying is I'm not supposed to really talk about this in open air. I'm doing this because I'm on Charles' thing and you guys are asking, right? So the very least you can do is actually contribute to his channel. Because if not, I can go find out what my grandson is doing.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to warn you guys ahead of time. My patrons already know about this kind of stuff. The thing is, you guys don't. I don't normally say this in public. Okay. So at the very least, you could go ahead and contribute because you're not going to hear this anyplace. So I'm sure you're not.
Not from the white sources.
And a lot of times you're not going to hear about a lot of stuff that I talk about, like today's topic about the police procedure. I think it's a lot of bullshit. I don't see what it is, but a lot of people will come out, hear the information in these spaces, and actually disregard it.
Mm-hmm.
Well, none of y'all taught us about the economy, how the police dictate to their policies, or how the military industrial complex work. But guess what? Y'all got to take consideration of what the information you're getting, because a lot of people had their channels dropped for less.
We have told you how the military industrial complex works. You just don't believe it, and you Negroes don't pick up a book and follow up what the stuff that I give.
Same thing with propaganda. Same thing with propaganda. We made videos on how these motherfuckers advertise this shit to you. I just dropped one today. If you don't choose to believe it, it goes from the menstrual cycles all the way to fucking LeBron and his Sprite commercials and his McDonald's advertisements. It's all the same shit. It's the same framework. It's over and over again, and it's like the whole human society is just a fucking venture of
and that's the lower level stuff. The upper level stuff already happened with the Ukraine thing.
Right.
Go ahead, Ed. Go ahead, Ed.
No, I was gonna say, like, Ray. Were you talking about that Lapeef bullshit? We're talking about a chick critique on Passport Bros. Was nothing but all women on there? Because that's what you was talking about, man. I don't give a fuck about that. Like niggas talk about, I need to check my Discord right now, man. Check it right now.
What?
Anyway, can I say something?
Go ahead.
Oh, my bad. What's about to happen? Pussy, sports, and everything else is going to be the least thing people are going to be concerned about. Honestly,
should be. But the thing is, it's not yet, because it really hasn't hit home, because people can still afford to eat. Okay, afford gas in their tank and go to work and eat. What happens when the corporations have to start laying off? That hasn't happened yet, right? Because this is just the beginning of what I call stagflation. People thought I was kidding about stagflation. When interest rates keep going up and your money stays the same, and also they start laying off people. Okay, get stagnant, and then but the interest rates and the cost of money keeps going up. They have to start cutting wood. And so
so water's got to give somewhere, some side.
It's already starting to give. But go ahead. Somebody's trying to say something.
Yeah, I was trying to follow because I keep trying to tell people in my family, but they think I'm bullshitting. They think, oh no, you just radicalized. I'm like, dude, no, it's just I pay the fuck attention, and like I said, I read up on books and read about this kind of shit. That's why I already know where to go buy supplies and shit, because I've been looking at it. I've been looking at what type of stuff and what I don't need, but people don't. But like you said, Negroes don't listen. They don't know how to read a damn book. They just listening to whatever the people on the television tell them it's happening.
Yeah, sometimes they don't even pay attention to them either. because it's happening. But the thing is, it is what it is, man. So at this point, it is what it is.
If you want to know what's going on, read the agricultural online magazine sites with all the farmers and the agricultural growers. They'll tell you everything that's going on.
Oh yeah! Shout out to Mr. Donnie Mac, BGS Tax. Woo! We got Uncle, what is it? Uncle D313, Super Sticker. Woo! Dar. Thank you, as always. Thank you.
I mean, this is not as entertaining as a divester, but you know.
It's not about fucking entertainment. These divestors are irrelevant, BGS. These people are about to get ran over, man.
They're not going to get run over. They're going to get left. Okay.
Yeah,
Then they really have to
behind.
find out how much the white boy really cares about them.
Well, isn't that the running over process right there? Because I mean, it ain't that much. You don't care.
No, that's worse. Running over means they still care.
No, case in point, I'm gonna give you a great example. Did you ever see the movie Hotel Rwanda?
Yeah.
Okay, remember when the white boy left the black chick, the African kid, because she thought they was all in love, but when the UN came and got all the white folks, what did they do? He left her and she was like, no. That's exactly what the fuck is about to happen. Left her ass to the dudes and the Yahtzees to get chopped the fuck up.
I think Kerry Washington was in that movie, wasn't she?
Yeah.
I think she played that girl that the white boy, because what's his name left?
No, she was she was his wife. She was a
no, that wasn't his wife.
No, that's Sophie. No, the wife was played by Sophie Okonedo.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. But if you ever see that movie, that part, that's what BGS is talking about. Your ass is gonna get left to get chopped the fuck up.
And shout out to Dar. I'd rather listen to you than a divester.
That's what I told the divester. That's what I told the divester. See, baby, you don't matter. You don't matter no more.
That's why I asked
Didn't I show y'all something?
That's why. Yep. That's why I asked her. How do you turn the temperature up on the Posturepedic?
Okay, what you showing us, Lewis? Oh, the empty shelves.
These are my shelves that've been empty for 2 weeks.
Wow.
And low.
Oh, wow. Okay. Yeah, you can see it. You can see it. No more overstock.
Oh yeah, they take it there. And I can't find no damn drumettes. I ain't been able to find no drumettes in a long fucking while.
Because you had a bird flu last year. So you should have known that, right? Remember the bird flu? What, they destroyed all those chickens? Okay.
Yeah, they killed like what, 100 million chickens or something like that.
Yeah. So once they chop them up, if they do sell them off, after that, guess what's going to have a shortage?
Well, that's another plague, BGS also. Does that count as a plague? I'm pretty sure that counts as a plague.
No, bird flu happens all the time. A plague. You know when a plague happens, man. I mean,
like biblical, like what are the biblical? Like is that like
you don't have to wonder if a plague happens, man. It's pretty obvious. When people start dropping in front of you, all of a sudden the food, we have to stand in bread lines. It's pretty obvious.
You don't want a plague, man. I mean, here's Lewis again showing you.
Yeah. Oh yeah, toilet paper. Yeah, damn.
I mean, people are. The thing is, a lot of people are already getting the hint, right? You see, certain things are missing. Okay, like paper goods and stuff like that. They're starting to. The early adopters are already starting to feel it. So that's a warning. Early adopters are already in on because of what happened with COVID when people had to rush in because it happened all at once. Okay, now they have time. They see the writing on the wall. So the thing is, you better hope that these people straighten this stuff out. Otherwise, it's gonna be pretty rocky.
It's gonna be a tough 20 years.
Better
learn. No, about more like 5 to 10. Okay, if this stuff really happens the way it's gonna happen, right? 20 years we have a whole lot of dead people in 20 years. Okay?
I mean, we also got global warming in the background of this as well.
Why do you think you're having a water shortage in the West? That's global warming, sir. That's the part they don't tell you about. I had my daughter do her last college paper on that thing, about the water shortages happening with the global warming, climate change. They don't actually talk about desertification, right? Of not just here. China's got the same thing going on. You got parts of Africa where that's going on. You got parts of Europe where that's going on. Latin America where that stuff's going on. All your food growing regions are drying up, It's gonna come back to bite you in the ass sooner or later. Well, sooner than later. And then with the Ukraine thing, a lot of your fertilizer, got held up for a couple of months. So that kind of ruined parts of the growing season. So this stuff is going to come back to bite you. But the thing is, they're doing this stuff for a reason. Now, what reason they're doing it? There's all kind of conjecture why they're doing this kind of stuff, right? But we'll see. I'm saying is buckle up. Could be.
God damn. Go on the population.
I'm gonna put it to you this way. It could be, but guess what? They need people to work.
At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. Okay, why they're doing it. The thing is that they're doing it.
It's just as
You don't have no specifications. No specifications.
If they actually want to do this to actually do what call the population, right? They could have done this a while back. They don't need this to actually do it. They could have done this a long time ago.
They wanted to call the population. I'm gonna just put this in context. Why the fuck do you still have black people?
Yeah. If they want to call the population, they'd just release the bug that was already there that killed like 30% of the people. You had that done in 2 years.
Man, they still got Spanish flu. They still got bubonic.
No, they get the stuff that the COVID that they had locked up that didn't get out. Okay.
Oh, we talking about the other 200?
That sucker was a 33% death rate. Okay.
Yeah, that was a payload.
They had something worse than COVID. They already said, dude, they have shit in that laboratory, especially in the WHO and the CDC labs, that if it get out, it'll kill the population in days.
The thing is that it's a 60% death rate, right? Fatality rate. But the thing is, it doesn't spread that fast. Okay. Yeah. The COVID is a combination of the two.
You got to remember about viruses and colds and shit. They're living organisms too. Meaning they can't kill up with so many, because if you kill every goddamn thing, you won't have anything to feed off of.
Yeah. So I wanted to roll. Can you hear me?
Hold on.
We got you.
All right, cool.
Go ahead.
Well, I was going to do a quick roll back to what we were talking about, the economy and whatnot, man, and housing prices, trucking and fuel prices, and people trying to flee California and move to Texas as if that were a better idea.
Mm-hmm.
You know, like a lot of people ain't been paying attention, man. I don't usually talk a whole lot about this stuff because that's not what people are interested in, man. But honestly, like if you're not up to snuff at this point, man, you really too late. You really already too late. If you haven't made your plans yet, you behind the curve already. You know, that's kind of where we're at, you know, because honestly, the people that are trying to flee, for instance, from California are moving to a state that's going to be encountering the same issue within the decade, if they're lucky, within the decade. We're talking about water shortages.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So you're not thinking ahead. You too short-sighted if you're thinking about moving to Texas.
Right.
You need to be thinking about moving the fuck out of Texas, not in Texas. You need to be getting the fuck out of there.
It's why I keep saying
one time.
You need to go anywhere where there's fresh water, fertile soil.
and hopefully people don't follow you.
Yeah.
Problem.
I said this a while ago, and I play like I'm stupid when it comes to this type of stuff. I really do. You know, the thing is, you know, I told you I used to live in Atlanta. Mm-hmm. I don't live in Atlanta no more. I moved out that bitch 2 years ago, and there was a reason for that. The surface level was that the cost of housing was getting too high, but there was a whole lot more thought that went into that than just that. There's a reason I moved to Indiana. There was a particular reason I moved to Indiana, and this whole situation right here is one of the reasons. Okay. You know, I know where the food and water's at, and it ain't gonna be down there. It ain't gonna be out west. I'm telling you, you need to get the fuck out of these places. You thinking you're gonna be okay? You're not.
I'm just surprised that a lot of people still live in certain areas. Like, I understand you can only do with so much, especially if it's your home. But god damn, I mean, I thought Maryland was bad. So you look up shit in California, you paying $1,500 for a shoebox.
People are already moving. So the thing is, people can't afford to live. They're already moving. But that's temporary because at some point something's got to give, and people will
Yeah,
say
because
start throwing their hands up and leaving.
yeah, because you'll implode a whole fucking state's economy with not enough taxes coming.
Once this thing gets going, the way they've set this balloon up, once it pops, man, it's gonna be pretty nasty.
It's going to be fucking horrible. People don't know what's coming, what's about to happen. A lot of people don't know what's about to happen. Even the people that are in the know don't know how this shit's going to really affect us. We know it's going to be bad, but how bad? You know what I mean?
Yeah,
nobody knows.
It's like government officials, especially the military, because a lot of the people who already said, okay, this is how bad it is. You're gonna have the CDC. You're gonna have the joint chairman of chiefs of the staff. You're gonna have leading. You're gonna have leading scientists, and you're gonna have politicians all smoking fucking cigars and cigarettes, like stressed the fuck out. But yet we still got stupid shit in our space about effeminate men and divestors. It's funny because like my mother and father once sat me down when I was about 4 or 5. And they said, "Why do you?" Even though I got along with kids, some kids just never understood me. Somebody got some background noise. And
Somebody got paper.
Go ahead. And it's like the reason why the divester was irritating, not because she's a divester, it's because she's stupid. You think we're worried about your black ass? No. We're worried about to make sure the next generation of boys have actually a decent education and can actually make it in this fucking world. Because think about it. Women are having babies, but they're not worried about housing them, raising them, educating them. So you're making even more of a burden on the society. But because you don't think long term and selfishly, you're going to put that burden on somebody else. And then you're going to have the audacity to blame the government and the police and other officials who have to deal with your wayward ass children. But not one damn. It goes back full circle right now. When I played that video, you heard the mom, you heard the grandmother. Not one damn time did they say she was wrong.
Yeah.
This is your community, by the way. This is what the fuck you face. And I looked at that shit when I played it before I played it on my channel. And I'm like, you know what? Y'all deserve it. Y'all deserve it.
Well, I mean, a lot of these people, man, in the coming days are just going to be fucking bird feed. They're going to be vulture food. They don't even realize it. They're pumping out these kids, and just like the Eastern Europeans, they're gonna end up getting ate out here. And I don't mean that in a joking way. I mean that shit literally.
Yeah, okay. We got to remember this is where are we, man? We're on
right. Yeah, I done already texted.
You're not on your channel, okay? So got to dial it back a bit.
Okay, I'm gonna back up. But
here's the part about it when it comes to children, man. And I'm in Baltimore, so we have the issue with prostitution, crime, and you got an idiot mayor and an idiot fucking police commissioner. I can say that. But you also have a fucked up populace. It's very similar to New York, just smaller. We had an incident where the squeegee boy, the squeegee workers, why do you have 15-year-old sons squeeging a car? You don't know how many times my parents threatened me with death if I ever did that shit. This happened that Thursday I went to BlurCon. You go down, and this was downtown Baltimore, right by the harbor. They're squeegeing people because it's off of Conway, right before you get to 95. He squeegees a car, this white guy. The white guy refused. They get into an argument. White guy goes back to his truck and grabs a bat. He actually hits one of the kids with the bat, maybe two. The 15-year-old somehow magically appears, pulls out a handgun, shoots and kills him. Of course, over the weekend, they caught the 15-year-old. Of course, mom basically says, well, he's normally a good kid. How the fuck do you even know? it's like when you're a child in these fucking black majority cities, you pretty much raising your damn self, and it's sad. You got people out there bragging on, I'm with this person, I'm with nobody gives a fuck because of what's coming. If Jesus Christ, I need to get a Patreon. If what's coming is what I think is coming, and what friends of mine who are still in say what's coming, I had a conversation with my nephew. He said, "Oh, he says we're trading. We're gearing up for something big, and I think you already know what it is." He says we're trading for small proxies. So a lot of you motherfuckers got to realize this. You're not even raising your children to be smart and fit enough to even defend the fucking country, to even hold what you have. Think about that. You don't even have enough people. You're 15,000 below replacement rate in the military, in the U.S. Army alone. You don't even have, that's your technology, that's your defense. What are you going to do? And I mean, this is a very opportune time for a lot of you to tell your children to go to the armed services and get a lot of those benefits and get that education. But no, what do you want to do? I mean, fuck it, get your passport, but at the same time, why don't you make sure you're a lot of people I had to get on one of my Russ's asses about shit. And trust me, Pookie hears it a lot when he calls my personal number. I'm very critical of the young men of the next generation. Why? Because a lot of the young men been feminized to the point where you don't even want to fucking work. Well, I gotta wait. Can you help me out? Motherfucker, can you help yourself out? Can you show an effort? And it's getting to the point where you're gonna see such defeat. Well, you already see it in our women. They're defeated. They're fucking defeated. And I do agree with BGS where how can you be so horrible that you have the first dibs to black men and they're like, Chief Keef, nah. But yet you get these fucking women who don't even understand. They put themselves and everybody else at risk. Most of your police shootings, I'm gonna tell you what happened. It's because of some dumb bitch invited the police. And let's not even talk about state-to-state resources. They're gobbling this shit up. How the fuck is it that it took really what to put out there COVID to realize a lot of these kids ain't even eat it on a regular day? That's disturbing. But go ahead, anybody else who want to talk?
Hey Charles, I got a question. What year did you go in the Army?
99.
All right, I went in 98. I have a question. When I was in, we had classes, and I don't know if they, when you became like a junior NCO or NCO, we had seminars in the Marine Corps where they were predicting all this stuff, and your economy, it has a direct impact on national security.
It does.
Everything that's going on, I mean, that they taught is happening right now.
Mm-hmm.
And the BGS leave, I wanted to ask him a question.
He's like Batman. He goes back to the shadows sometimes.
Honestly, it's checkmate already, and people just don't know it yet. It's already checkmate.
I'm gonna just say this, Lewis. What's really disturbing is this. We could have prevented this shit.
None of this had to happen.
Exactly.
In the first place. None of this had to happen.
Yeah, this is a forced initiation, definitely. Aggressive move.
This is what you call. Remember that old saying, to be forewarned is to be forearmed? What's the purpose of a gun if you're not ready to use it? What's the purpose of knowledge if you don't know it?
Exactly.
And what happens to a lot of people out here, especially in our society, where a lot of our women been fed off the hog. Hold that pun as many times as you want, because it hits so many areas. That what happens if your nice career is dried up? Look at this. You don't even have enough teachers.
Can I say something, Charles?
Go ahead.
I'm here in Northern Jersey. Like I said, I work in I'm a store manager at a supermarket. If you see the look of despair on these women's faces, and right now it's getting so bad that we're constantly catching females and the women trying to run out with carriages of food, and when they get caught, they having epic meltdowns that if I were to record them and put them on World Star Hip Hop, they will go viral. Mm-hmm. That's how bad it is here.
It was a clip like that on YouTube where the lady was caught still trying to steal food, and I gotta feed my children.
I heard about that. Yep, I've seen that one.
I want you to think about this, Lewis. With the whole thing about the lady with the 4 different baby daddies. Think about that. She said something key that I don't think a lot of people picked up on. I don't get my stamps. You get 4 kids. On average, you're getting anywhere from $180 to $450 to $250 per kid.
She sold them.
Can I tell you what they do?
They sold
them. I work here in the supermarket. On first of the month, this is what these mothers do. They will come in with a Medi and Petty, brand new weave, and they would spend a majority of their money on crab clusters and shrimp. I'm being dead serious. This is how it is here in Jersey. And towards the end of the month, they're racking up on ramen noodles, which has no nutritional value, high in sodium, mayonnaise, burger meat, and sugary crap because it's cheap. And that's what they feed the children. But they'll come in with their whatever dusty dude that's knocking her back out. They'll come in and spend a majority of that money on crab clusters and shrimp. During the first of the month, we just stock up on, we have our bags of shrimp and crab clusters, and that's what they gravitate to. Other groups of people that come here, other demographics,
chicken, turkey,
they buying and beef. And
right.
They put that stuff in the freezer. They buying beans. They buying their plantains, their yuccas.
Yeah, plantains, a lot of grains, jasmine rice for the Asian folk. I know the white rice too, because that's filling. You can buy you a whole. I got a whole fucking 15-pound bag of rice up there for $2.
Hey, Pookie, you gotta let him finish his thought, man. All right, go ahead, Lewis. Hey, Lewis, you still there? All right, go ahead, Pookie.
Well, before that, I'm finna hop on. I'm finna slide on out of here, man. I'm gonna leave y'all with this though. Before I leave, man, it is imperative within this winter you get your shit together, bro. If you ain't got your shit together by now, even if you don't have your shit together, scrounge up some money, buy some extra food. If you don't already own a gun, man, and you're gonna continue to live in one of these major cities or in a place that, like one of these states that I mentioned earlier, you better be thinking about what moves you can make if things really hit the fan, because it's looking more and more likely that things are going to hit the fan in a way that a lot of people are not prepared for, man. So pay attention, man. We're about to go through a very serious problem here in a myriad of ways.
You're gonna have people breaking into houses just for food.
Yeah, because these people have socialization.
I'm out, though. Take it easy. I'm gonna listen.
These people got socialization. Thank you, PK, brother. You have a good one. But they have socialization to eat at fast food restaurants proportionally for one serving for $10, instead of going to the grocery store and actually spending that that $20 on that brisket and that, or that steak and that or that
Here's the problem, Pookie. Here's the problem, Pookie, that you got to realize.
Uh-huh.
A lot of bitches can't cook now.
Exactly.
A lot of bitches.
But guess what?
We got so many
Charles,
YouTube.
The fast food restaurants around here are running out of supplies.
But hold on, this is another thing. With a smartphone, can we reasonably say that, Charles? Because you can look up so many fucking recipes on Google with every step mapped
I'm going
out.
to explain this to you. How can you teach somebody to cook who does not have the wanted added? I'm gonna teach you this, right? And the NRA, because you know I got all my certs. Thank you all for the support, and also remember, for those of you who said you want to see proof of me going to training, where do you think a lot of that GoFundMe and a lot of these donations go? You could look on my Facebook, you could look at my community tab, and my Instagram. They go to my training and the training of others, as you can see. The NRA says you're going to have to build instructors and students with the knowledge, skills, and attitude. Out of all three, what do you think is the most important when it comes to teaching? Knowledge, skills, and attitude. What do you think is the most important, Pookie?
It's always gonna be attitude, Charles.
Exactly. When you
Hey,
have
Pookie.
attitude, go ahead, Lewis.
Oh, sorry, I apologize for interrupting. Here's the thing with the cooking. People that don't know how to cook, if they improperly cook food, you could kill someone if you don't know what you're doing at the right temperature and everything.
Yeah.
True.
You know how many people go to the hospital for food poisoning and all that?
Well, whose fucking fault is
Properly how
that?
to
Like,
store food?
at the end of the day, my nigga, these bitches having cooking shows. Aisha Curry was on had a damn a world class fucking like a damn master class. These bitches could have paid for it, where they ain't had to see no man, no dick on the screen, straight woman, and she's Steph Curry's wife.
Let me explain this to you. Cooking is the basic skill you should learn as a child.
Exactly.
My mother and father taught me how to cook when I was
That has to
7.
be taught as a child. My younger sister is now teaching her infant daughter, 1-year-old, how to cook. I've seen it multiple times. She posted on Instagram page.
Anybody can learn to cook at any age, nigga. You teach them practice.
But
I don't believe that shit.
the point is, you got to teach them as a child so they could be implemented in their heads. You shouldn't have to teach a grown woman how to cook.
I know you shouldn't have to, but this is where the fuck we at.
Shout out to Gilbert Rain for the $20 super chat. Congratulations to the girl for your business, Charles. Keep it great work.
I understand what you're saying to implement it, but these bitches could be better than where they at right now for sure. If they would just take it.
I'm gonna say this real quick, Pookie.
Yes.
There are some people who are just not gonna get it. It's like learning a foreign language. Can you do it as an adult? Yes. Is it extremely difficult? Fuck yes.
Mm-hmm.
It's a lot easier. Think of what Frederick Douglass. What was one of his most popular or famous sayings? It is better to build strong boys than to repair broken men. Okay?
Yeah.
These women are hella broken. Here's the crazy part. When you learn how to cook, and remember, cooking is being in service of someone, including yourself, right?
Mm-hmm.
Cooking was an act of love from a mother and a wife, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do these chicks love their men?
They don't even love themselves, nigga.
Do they love their children?
No. Because they hate themselves.
What do they think of cooking as, psychologically?
A form of suffering.
They think of it as a burden.
Suffering.
They think of it as slavery, suffering. So it's kind of hard to get somebody to cook and cook well when, one, you don't do it out of love, which is usually your best cooks. They love to do it and they love to serve, which is a complete opposite of what these women have been socialized to train. So they'll have a baby and not know where the baby's going to live for the next 5 years. They expect the same fucking government kickbacks that they get you serve them the same way. They literally believe in white Jesus because they think the government is going to give them a way out. What happens when the government starts pulling back? Think about it.
Motherfuckers become broke. They come homeless.
The only people government's gonna help are the workers, the politicians, and the veterans. And what if they start taking back from women?
True.
They're pretty much shitting on women right now because
The social programs. I get you saying.
the social programs, they're shitting on women right now. You know why? They failed to produce enough babies. You cannot remember what I said. Everything because of your low birth rate is kicking you in your fucking ass. This is the ultimate way. You know what's better than fucking unleashing a disease to get rid of population control? You know what's better than that? Convincing
women to hate men.
Convincing women that being a wife and motherhood is not important. Notice you have more of a population decrease in some of these countries than they could have with a nuclear weapon.
But they buy into it because of vanity and ego.
Look at it's called indoctrination. Look at Korea.
True.
China
Look at
don't
Japan.
Be played. They stopped.
Look at parts of Europe
on TikTok and everything that's going to be judged.
Nah, they shut that shit down.
Exactly.
It was not on TikTok.
But that's the whole point. Yeah, like they don't allow no stuff to be showed on TikTok. They don't even allow them to see stuff on the internet. They don't allow they shut down
speech really charge
in front of them because they know how detriment it is. They see what's going on over here. They don't allow that in their own country with their own people. No.
Think about it. Why do you think they're trying to bring back trades? Because you haven't taught nobody fucking real trades in like 40 fucking years. You literally have a bunch of fucking men and women who are socially and skillfully innate. I'm gonna ask you a question. At what age did you learn to change a tire?
10.
A car tire.
Yes. My father taught me first.
Do you know what the average age that a lot of these guys are being taught to change a tire? If they're lucky?
30 years old.
College? 25, 30?
I would say 30 towards down.
Think about it. If our women really cared about the society, why are you having babies by unskilled men? I want you to think about that. When you actually have and reproduce with men with no skills, what can they pass down to that child? You refuse to get any skills. He doesn't know a damn thing. What is that child going to end up with? Think about it. These are so-called educated women, but their children can't read.
It's like watching all these women self-destruct. It's like it causes me to feel a greater sense of self-responsibility and stuff like that. I feel like I need to be pushing towards my highest self, not just like good, not just passing, not just a better than everybody else, better than myself yesterday, and then better than myself today, and so on and so forth. You know what I'm saying? So I don't even get in that kind of like scarcity mindset to the point where I'm just self-destructing just off one action. Like it doesn't. None of this shit really even matters. Like I
Why
don't
do
even
you think?
about none of this
Why
shit.
do you think, Pookie? Why do you think, Pookie, that so many of these women are into son husbands? Oh, my son does this, like they bragging on their boyfriend or their man. My son gives me gas. He cuts my grass. You ever notice how all these athletes, black athletes, always think their mom, white athletes always think their dad.
And you know what's so funny is these mothers don't even realize how much damage they're doing to their sons, because when they get into relationships, that girlfriend he's dating is going to see how much of a pushover he is to his own mother.
I'm gonna tell you what
How
it
much
is.
of a mama's boy is?
Over his own woman.
I'm gonna
He's
tell you
supposed
what it is.
Jimmy Charles? Charles?
Hold up. I'm gonna tell you what it is. We have a really nasty thing that goes on into this community, right? And I'm talking about fucking ADOS. And I'm gonna say it. Nobody talks about the sexual incest that goes on in our community, and some of these women are actually sexually assaulting or sleeping with their sons. They, especially when he reaches past puberty. I bet you their first sexual experience was with probably their mother.
It's all, you know what's crazy thing is, it's mothers and sons, it's uncles and nieces, it's all over the fucking place, man. But it all starts with the maternal lines and shit like that, with this fluidity shit. Everybody thinks that like just because like it's in proximity and things is good, like you could just do that to a person. Like there's no stark male figure in the house that like no like a guy like my uncle, he was a military man. Like ain't that shit not going down anywhere near that nigga, not in proximity. He's checking that shit. Like you, Charles, you checking that shit. Any sense of weakness or something like that nigga getting snatched up and that shit is being eviscerated out of his mind in 2 seconds.
And I'm gonna say this real quick for anybody who's a detractor.
The women just let this shit happen over and over
And
and over and over again.
I'm gonna say this real quick to give the floor to Namer for all my detractors out there who's gonna listen, because you cowards are always in my comment section. In the black community, who's the one who's always saying be quiet about sexual abuse and incest and molestation? Is it the men or the women?
It's always the women.
Because first and foremost, I'm going to use my YouTube vernacular for a second. If that shit went on and black men around, homeboy will be dealt with. Okay? Whoever touches the kids will be dealt with by the men at some point.
And that's why they tell the child to be quiet. You'll break up the family. In some cases, it needs to be breaking.
Fuck the family. Fuck the
Women
family.
are the ones who let this shit go on, not caring about how that child is going to be mentally.
Telling niggas to be quiet and shit. That's bullshit, bro. I'm not fucking with. See, that's when I lose. I've been lost respect for the guy, and I can see off that simple point that you allow that shit to happen. And they'll do it to other. The craziest thing is you do it to the girls too. That's fucked up. They do it to the females too. I thought they were supposed to be the next coming up. You gonna make them hold that water like that and damage the women in our community like that? That's fucked up. They do it to the boys and the girls. It's bullshit.
I'm gonna tell you how hedonistic they are. When do you see fathers telling their little boys, "Oh, that's your girlfriend at 4"? But yet you see a lot of children, you see a lot of grown women going up to little toddlers, "Hey, boyfriend." You'll see a lot of mothers and aunts and female cousins teaching the girls how to twerk. But go ahead, Namer.
First of all, that boyfriend referencing, you hear that sometimes among white folks, but they say it in a joking manner. Like say when it's and I remember comedian Jim Jeffries talked about, his son when he was an infant, and his then ex, who was the mother of his son, would drop him off at daycare, and he was very close to one of the caretakers there, and she would affectionately refer to him as her little boyfriend as a joke. But as far as this whole thing about birth rates going down and everything, people forget in certain parts of the world there are people who have no desire to have children because they've realized. I mean, I've met people Pookie's age and a little bit older, and some of the girls I remember I had conversations with. They said one of them openly said to me, she had no desire to have children.
Me either.
Because, well, hold on, Pookie, don't interrupt me. As I was saying, one of them was openly frank with me about this, where she said, like, it's not possible to even raise a child, especially in this economy. And especially in like many of them are 2-income households where both parents may have to work and everything. It's not easy. Even if you have the basic supports from the state, other places it's not possible. And what's also worse is like take what was going on in China and India when they had gender-based infanticide. That shit's come back to haunt them, bite them in the ass some 20, 30 years later. So you see huge disparities in sexual ratios when it comes to shit like that.
She's talking. These young women are talking economics. We talking culture. That's not the problem.
No, but
that's young men.
Economics, but also in a pragmatic. Pookie, you fail to realize this. You're 19. You don't understand what I'm coming at. It's not that it's economic only. It's also pragmatism. They're being pragmatic. Have you ever met somebody who's like an old soul?
Yeah, I've heard a lot of people.
You know what an old soul is?
Yeah.
Are you? I don't know.
People say a certain things I'm wise beyond my ages. Like as if
where I'm from, we look at you and you just say, you still got a lot to learn, young man.
Of course I do. Goddamn it. You get to your point, please. I'm trying to hear. I'm interested in what you got to say.
Well, I wanted to just say about this whole birth rate thing going down in many places. In other places, they're also scared about other things like inbreeding. Like there's a place called the Faroe Islands. It's halfway between Iceland and Norway. They're a Scandinavian population, but they've been hit with a certain genetic disorder. They're only like 50,000 population. It's gotten so that the birth rates have gotten so bad that the men have had to go overseas and find brides from other places, Southeast Asia in particular, and they had to bring them back.
Iceland?
No, it's called the Faroe Islands. It's halfway between Iceland and Norway.
Oh, okay. And it's like a 50,000 population.
If you want, I can put an article in the back chat for you.
Yeah, put it in the back. That's interesting because Iceland doesn't even have that big of a population. What's their population?
It's only 300,000.
Yeah, like
Iceland is like 350,000.
Bro, that's like Sacramento has. Oh my God, that's like less than the city of Sacramento. That's crazy. I can't even fathom that, bro. Honestly, that's crazy. Only 3. They barely have a population as it is. So inbreeding might be going on over there. Inbreeding been going on in Australia. China, I think that they were all right because they've been spliced so many times because they've been invaded so many times by the Mongols. So I think their DNA got some kind of differentiation from the northwestern all the way down to the to the west, all the way over, close over to Europe and stuff like that. It's more over there in the Han, and in the northwest it got the Uyghurs and stuff like that. So they got some differentiation in that country. But these European countries, man, I just don't understand. Like, this shit is, why would they allow these policies to be instituted? These are very self-predatory policies that instituted this certain kind of socialization. Now there's no way to get these women that really need to be having like 3 or 4 or 5 kids like out of a bunch to like produce. Like, what's the deal on that, Namor? Like, is it really over? Are these people going to really dissolve? Like, what's going to happen?
A lot of folks, especially younger generations, they're reluctant to even have children. Even if they want to have children, they just want to have small families because it's not pragmatic for them to have large families. Even those who want to adopt.
I mean, but what does that say for the Z? The Z's ain't. I mean, if we want to have small families, I'm telling you, I'm not even thinking about kids. I can't even figure a way. I'm fit that in my life.
Some people aren't thinking of having kids anyway. Goofy, you're not in the minority on that thought.
I might wait till I'm like 70 or some shit, because then I know for sure whatever money I have, it'll definitely be secured. Like
did you say 70?
Wait, hold on a second.
Did you say 70?
Or some African shit, 70, yeah. Because I'll for sure be secure.
No, that's even way
no.
Why? Because how you know you're gonna survive in the next 3 years to raise your kid?
The 3 years, well, that's if I have kids. If I make it there, I'll keep my body good.
You waited so old to want to have a kid over saying start a family.
Yes, nigga, keep my body good.
Now, if I may interject,
I already got the skills. My skills would be. Well, how about this? All right, look, at the earliest, let's say 50. At the earliest, I'd say 50. An old family. I'm gonna tell you why.
Pookie, I have a question
I know
for you.
For sure I'd be secure. I know for sure I'd be secure.
Pookie?
Yes.
Pookie?
Yes.
Let me ask you something.
Yes.
Do you know your family history?
Yes, I do. Like,
no, your family medical history. Have you been screened for certain disorders or anything like that? Do you know your family's history when it comes to certain medical disorders?
Yeah, I don't.
Like diabetes, high blood pressure, anything like that?
Well, black people just in general have high blood pressure.
No, I mean you particularly. I mean you and your family in particular. Do you or do you not know?
No, we don't have any particular disorders. I mean, it's just as high as everybody else's. It's not any. Some people, a few people on my mom's side, in terms of the maternal lines, have diabetes and stuff like that. But it's not like everybody has diabetes. It's just because, and the ones who do they're extremely overweight. So it's not really a genetic thing. It's in terms of they fucking doing it to themselves, kind of shit.
It's type 2. Well, my question to you is,
they're doing it to themselves, like doing the penalty.
Well, Pookie, my question to you is this:
yes.
What makes you think, unless you do a genetic screening of your DNA, of your medical history, get screened for any if you're predisposed for anything, what makes you think you'll probably even live to see 70?
Because of the quality of the healthcare I've been given, and that I'm gonna take fucking stem shots to extend that timeline if I have to.
That's not a guarantee. That's why we're telling you this. And it's not even a guarantee. You might be even a successful millionaire.
Well, ain't nothing a guarantee. Look, it ain't a guarantee. We talk about nothing's a guarantee, goddammit. But if that's what it's gonna be, because I can't trust in this unstable economy to have some kids like some of my dumbass friends right now in a downtrend. That's not smart either.
Well,
so it is what it is.
Well, here's another factor is right now. How is your dating life?
I mean, it's all right. I mean, I could always pull if I want to, but I'm focused on my school and shit. See, that's that bullshit. I ain't worried about these women. Who the fuck about these bitches right now? Because I'm not gonna end up dating these bitches anyways. None of these bitches are on my career path right now. I'm in a transitional period, and I gotta get on the campus, and then we can start talking about something. Because then those women, I know for sure those women are gonna be getting to something. But I ain't worried about these bitches that are sitting at the bottom of the bin. I'm just keep it a buck.
Okay, well,
no.
5 years from now, 5, 6 years, you turn 25. Anybody might meet a woman that actually want to be part of your program.
Well, she got something to add to the program, and she reasonable, then we could talk about stuff for sure. These are all plans. I'm a reactive nigga, but I'm proactively setting up plans in a conservative time frame that I can adjust at my will and my leisure.
I hate to say this, plans change also too, even beyond your.
Of course they do. Of course they do. It's why you reactive. I'm not just gonna be sitting on my hands, on my laurels, just waiting on my stars. Hell no. I mean, if I get to something faster, or if but I don't bet and plot on the most extreme scenarios or extremely implausible scenarios. I bet on the highest probability, highest plausibility of things is going good. Then we adjust. Then we start tacking shit on. We may lower the time frame. Maybe it be 35. Maybe it be 40. We'll fucking see. Because none of this shit is set in stone anyways. This recession could end up lasting the next 25, 35 years. So who's to fucking say, even if I meet that woman, we may have consolidated financially, but we still may not be ready for kids. Because especially with this volcanic, Vulcan-like culture outside in American society, how predatory everybody has gotten due to the lack of resources. Shit, a kid may be discriminated against, be scarred in this time because another kid is dealing with some shit at home from abusive, broken households and shit, and thought of the single mother epidemic and all this shit going around. Like, the rhetoric's gonna get spewed to the kids' heads. Man, you gotta wait for this shit to chill out. You need to leave the environment. So,
well,
we're not going in a recession.
It sounds a little fear-based, so much, and probably based upon other.
Cookie, all I can say to you is, brother. Okay, go ahead now.
Now go ahead, Dave.
All right,
face it off these nuts. I seen these bitches burn eggs.
Cookie.
What you say?
They burn eggs, Mel. What's up, Namor?
Fuck up, you little bitch ass. Fucking talking.
We burn eggs.
The bitches burn eggs. The bitches burn eggs.
Little motherfucker.
I'm talking about the females, nigga. Shut up.
Bitch ass motherfucker.
Shut up.
I'm sick of your young ass.
I'm talking
always
about the
talking
females. Shut up.
Yeah, that young motherfucker.
Shut up. I am a man. Shut up.
Yo,
I am
bitch
a man.
ass. That's what the fuck you is.
No, you won't. No, you
bitch
won't.
ass. Shut up.
No, you won't. Come on.
I'm sorry. Your name is
Fall
Pookie.
back. No, you won't. Why are you so
mad?
mad on the line?
Fucking
You're
punk ass
on line. Stop
motherfucker.
being crying.
Shut the
You're
fuck
mad.
up. Shut up, boy.
Stop crying.
Shut up, boy.
You're fucking crying on line again.
Shut up, boy. What, boy?
Bro, we're on line.
Tell me shut up. I don't give a fuck. It's me and you what?
I would check you in person. Stop.
I will fucking slap the shit out of you.
No, you wouldn't. No, you wouldn't.
Yes, I.
No, you wouldn't.
It's cool.
Calm down.
It's cool.
I will fucking
No,
smack
you
the
wouldn't.
shit
This
out of
nigga does
your
this shit every
shut
time.
up.
Okay.
Pookie,
Okay.
stop it. Stop it. Stop
I'm
it.
trying to talk to you.
Stop
This
it.
nigga keep
Oh,
talking.
what the hell?
Stop
I'm
it.
gonna use the
I'm
restroom.
trying to talk.
Yo, Charles, man, tell this little dumb bitch something, man, for real.
Nigga, shut up. Nobody was even talking to your ugly ass. I was talking about the
Real life.
females. Be
I was
quiet.
talking to childish
Was
young
nobody
bitch
even
ass
talking
boy.
to you?
Shut the fuck
Was
up, young
nobody even
bitch.
talking to you?
It's a grown ass man talking right
I
now.
don't give a fuck.
I don't
Yo,
fucking listen.
yo.
So shut the fuck up.
Yo,
Why the fuck you screaming online, nigga?
I don't want to hear you no more.
Somebody
Shut
mute
the
this
fuck
nigga.
up.
Mute him.
yo.
Niggas crying online.
You know the fucking
Bitch ass.
speaking, right?
Niggas was not even talking to him.
Shut the fuck
Y'all
up.
What people
fucking
say,
Shut up.
dumbass?
I don't want to hear you no more. You constantly always talk.
Shut up.
Woo!
Listen to what the fuck
Yo,
I
I
said.
said shut the fuck up. Like everybody, shut up.
Shut the fuck up.
This nigga screaming like a bitch.
Yo, what the fuck happened?
I was talking about the females, and this nigga thought I was shut. Nigga, can I explain what the fuck I was talking about? I was talking about the females,
I'm
and
about to.
this nigga started crying. I was
I'm
not
about to
talking
shut
about you,
the
nigga.
fuck
You
up.
should listen to what the fuck I was saying.
Motherfucker.
All right, man. Everybody, thank you for watching. Have a good night.
Woo!